research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. I apologize for being 1 minute late. I'll try and make up for it at the back end. Trustee Gilbert Lurie, would you please convene the Committee on Institutional Advancement?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Institutional Advancement please come to order? It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Would any committee member wish to remove any of the items for separate discussion? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve all the items on the consent agenda? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any opposed? The consent agenda is, the items listed are approved. And the committee has one item on today's discussion agenda, which I am so honored to get to present to you. It's item 3 is a facility naming request from Cal State San Bernardino seeking approval for the naming of the Randall W. Lewis School of Entrepreneurship and Innovation and the Randall W. Lewis Center for Entrepreneurship. This action will be presented by Greg Sachs, Vice Chancellor, External Relations and Communications, and Tomas Morales, President, Cal State San Bernardino. Please begin, Vice Chancellor Sachs.
Thank you so much, Trustee Gilbert Lurie. Today's proposed naming recognizes a $6 million gift from Randall W. Lewis to Cal State San Bernardino's Jack H. Brown College of Business and Public Administration to sustain and expand the first and only School of Entrepreneurship in California. The proposal meets the criteria and conditions specified in board policy for naming of CSU academic entities, including approval by the System Review Panel and the the Campus Faculty Senate. We are thrilled that this generous donation will allow for the development of groundbreaking courses, programs, and interdisciplinary initiatives that will inspire future generations of innovators and entrepreneurs. I now turn the presentation over to President Morales to share more about the impact of this incredible gift. President Morales.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Sachs, Chancellor Garcia, Chair Clark, and members of the CSU Board of Trustees. I appreciate the opportunity today to present California State University San Bernardino's proposal to name the Randall W. Lewis School of Entrepreneurship and Innovation and the Randall W. Lewis Center for Entrepreneurship in recognition of Mr. Lewis's $6 million gift this spring to the school and the center, thus strengthening and sustaining their futures. This generous gift will advance the transformative power of entrepreneurship and innovation by preparing the finest entrepreneurs in the region and state. In addition to supporting the educational mission of the School of Entrepreneurship, the gift will provide the critical investment needed to expand the School of Entrepreneurship to develop the next generation of innovative courses, curriculum, and programs, including interdisciplinary initiatives. Randall W. Lewis is a CSUSB 2021 honorary degree recipient. A noted entrepreneur and philanthropist, he oversees sale and marketing operations for the Upland-based Lewis Group of companies started by his parents as a home building firm in 1955. Today, it is among the nation's largest privately held real estate development companies. The Lewis Group focuses on developing mixed-use planned communities and residential subdivisions in California and Nevada, as well as building and owning rental communities, shopping centers, and office and industrial parks. Mr. Lewis is a long-term member of the Urban Land Institute Foundation and past governor. He has served on several executive boards, including the USC School of Policy Planning and Development, the UCLA School of Public Policy, Loma Linda University Medical Center's Orthopedic and Rehabilitation Institute's Advisory Council, Cal Poly Pomona's National Development Council, and co-chaired the San Bernardino County Alliance for Education. He is a leader in professional and nonprofit organizations and has served as president of the Inland Empire Arts Foundation, secretary of the Los Angeles Citizens Planning Council, director of the Home Builders Council, and director of the National Association of Home Builders. In recognition of his service, Mr. Lewis was inducted into the California Building Industry Hall of Fame and was honored as the Sales and Marketing Council's MAME Award Person of the Year. In 2004, he was an honoree of the California Home Building Foundation, and in 2006, the Los Angeles Times named him to the West 100 list as one of the top influential people in Southern California. Additional recognition conferred upon Mr. Lewis includes the Maxie Tipton Memorial Award, the California Business Properties Association Champion of the Industry Award, Southern California Association of Governments President's Award for Sustainability Leader of the Year in 2014, and the 2014 ULI Bob Santos Industry Leadership Award in Sustainable Community Development. In 2015, he established the Lewis Family Inland Empire Changemaker Fund to support programs and social innovations benefiting the Inland Empire. Mr. Lewis also created the Randall Lewis Health and Policy Fellowship Program to ensure the development of health professionals who possess the skills to influence positive change in the Inland Empire. This significant gift is a tremendous gain for our entrepreneurship students and for the people of the Inland Empire. CSUSB is deeply grateful to Mr. Lewis for his generosity to our students and to our university. Thank you.
Thank you, President Morales. The naming of the Randall W. Lewis School of Entrepreneurship and Innovation and the Randall W. Lewis Center for Entrepreneurship at Cal State San Bernardino is an action item before the Committee on Institutional Advancement. May I have a motion from a committee member to approve the item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Well, I will just add my thank you. Excuse me, Trustee Yee Melinkart.
Thank you so much, Trustee Gilbert-Lurie, and congratulations to President Morales and CSU San Bernardino on the success of this naming gift, which honors a substantial contribution aimed at fostering entrepreneurship and innovation, aligning with your university's goals to prepare students for the modern workforce. So establishing these dedicated centers for entrepreneurship can provide students with very valuable resources and mentorship and real-world experience. I do have a question, and that is, I'm always about the data, and I look for and appreciate data. So how will your university plan to measure the impact and success of the two entities, these two funded entities?
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. So both the School of Entrepreneurship measures the success of its students, fosters the development of its faculty, and collaborates in an interdisciplinary way with each of the colleges at the university. So, for example, the School of Entrepreneurship is committed to fostering a culture of entrepreneurial activity in the College of Arts and Letters to support our arts and theater. The resource centers are community-based, and they're located in Temecula, in downtown San Bernardino, and out in the Palm Desert, out in the city of Palm Desert. And the metrics, among many, will be to support women entrepreneurs, immigrant entrepreneurs, will support current entrepreneurial activity, often mama and papa operations that operate out of their garage, to scale up. And those metrics really will look at ways for these entrepreneurs to seek capital, to increase and leverage their ideas. We have many students who are out in the Coachella Valley, for example, at our Palm Desert campus, who are thinking of ways to create businesses that support the economic development of the Coachella Valley. So there are numerous ways that we're going to measure the effectiveness of both the School of Entrepreneurship and Innovation and the Entrepreneurship Resource Centers.
Thank you so much, President Morales. I appreciate your hard work and your team's work in providing these opportunities for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other comments? Well, I just wanted to add my thank you to Mr. Lewis. I had the delight of briefly speaking with him and his wife, Janelle, earlier today, and I want to say that they are exactly what we hope for in our donors and philanthropists. They're curious, kind, generous, intelligent, and interested in improving their communities and our world, and very much in sync with the Cal State University mission. So we can't thank you enough. If there are no further comments, let's take a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? This item is approved. President Morales, will you please escort Mr. Lewis to the podium, where he will be joined by Chair Clark and Chancellor Garcia.
Thank you, Trustee Gilbert Laurie. It is my great honor and great pleasure to welcome and recognize Mr. Randall W. Lewis, who for decades has been an extraordinary leader and benefactor across Southern California and particularly the Inland Empire, as well as an unwavering friend and supporter of Cal State San Bernardino and the CSU. I am also pleased to welcome his wife, Janelle, who has joined us here today. Let's give her a round of applause. Mr. Lewis, as a true visionary in the building industry, you have carved out an impressive career by any measure, expanding your family's legacy. But perhaps even more powerful has been your demonstrated commitment to building public health, a better quality of life for all of us, a shared reverence for the arts and innovation, and a wealth of educational opportunities for students of all ages and from all walks of life. Through your professional and personal success, you have humbly modeled the qualities our world needs now more than ever: the highest character, steadfast integrity, and a selfless devotion to the public good. Mr. Lewis, we admire your extraordinary generosity and dedicated service, and from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for investing in a brighter future for our students and for our Golden State. Would you please say a few words for us?
Thank you very much for allowing me and my wife, Janelle, of 38 years, to be here today. More importantly, thank you to all of you for the work you do for the families and students and communities of California. Public education is so important, and we can't say enough to say thank you to all of you. I'm from a real estate family, as you heard. My mother and father grew up very poor in the Depression, and they were the benefactors of the community college system in California and also the University of California. So we have always been very grateful for public education. My mom and dad were accountants, and right after World War II, they said, let's try to do it on our own. And they went out and started an accounting, a home building business. And over the years, there were two lessons that I took from them. One is the idea of being entrepreneurial. It was the idea that you can go out if you have an idea and try to make something happen. And the second that came from my parents was the idea of giving back. Growing up during the Depression, they said if they ever made it, they had an obligation and a responsibility to give back to the communities where they work. And that is in our DNA also, to try to give back wherever we can. This gift to the School of Entrepreneurship is just a natural thing, because it favors entrepreneurship and it's in the community where we do work. And it serves the kind of students who most need the help today. The Center for Entrepreneurship already is the leader in the Inland Empire for both the for-profit and the not-for-profit sector. And we hope with our gift that it can help continue to do great work. And people have said, what are your hopes for the center? I want to stay out. I just want to be the wind beneath their wings. I think we're seeing in Washington, D.C. now, you don't need business people coming into not-for-profits. So I hope that I can be a support and not a hindrance. Before I close, I just want to thank President Morales. He has been a transformational leader in our area, and a big part of this gift comes from the respect I have for President Morales and all he and the university have done. So on behalf of myself, my wife, and our entire family, thank you very much for what you do, and thank you for letting us be part of this great system. Thank you.
Yes. You want to take a picture?
Mr. Lewis? Oh, sure. So we can take a picture with you?
Watch you stand in. Just stand in the middle.
All right. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
God bless you. Pleasure.
Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Committee on Institutional Advancement.
Well done, Trustee Gilbert-Lorry. Thank you so much. Vice Chair Rambula, will you now please convene the Committee on Educational Policy?
I will, but I'm going to ask that you stop putting me after institutional advancement. Because these moments like these are just so inspiring and amazing. Okay, let's keep our energy up. We only have one information item to present to the board today. DVC Evans, Dr. Kenyatta Lovett, Dr. Keith Curry, and Dr. Ashish Vaidya. I think I got there. Will be providing an update on the CSU Strategic Enrollment Plan. Before I kick it over to them to do it, I just want to remind you what we heard from SOVA yesterday, which is we have a strategic plan that we're building. We've been at that work for a year. We have a year of engagement work. This is what's coming after GI 2025. We've been at that work for more than a year in a deep community process, just like with the strategic plan. And then we have a strategic enrollment plan. All three of these fit together. So as each of these pieces of work has been moving forward, over time, you're going to see that these three fit into one cohesive story of how we're moving forward stronger and better. A strategic plan to guide us in the long term, a year of engagement to say, how are we actually getting about some of that work, and then the strategic enrollment plan that we're going to hear now. How do we make sure our systems are enrolled to the fullest of their capacity? So with that, will the Committee on Educational Policy please come to order? It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, the approval of the minutes from the March 2025 board meeting. Are there any objections to the approval of the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved. Item number 2 is an information item on the CSU Strategic Enrollment Plan. This item will be presented, like I said, by Dr. Nathan Evans, Dr. Kenyatta Lovett, Dr. Keith Curry, and Dr. Ashish Vaidya, who is the president and CEO of the Growing Inland Achievement. Dr. Evans, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chair Rambula. For decades, California, and therefore the CSU system, had a steady and growing flow of prospective university students arriving from high schools and community colleges. Enrollment management often meant controlling demand that exceeded the CSU's capacity. But today, the CSU, along with colleges and universities across the nation, continues to navigate uncertain times in student enrollment, impacted by shifts in the public perception of the value of a college degree, declining high school populations, often termed the demographic cliff, the growing politicization of higher education policy, and continuing concerns regarding unfinished K-12 learning and well-being post-pandemic. These realities were identified by the Chancellor's Strategic Work Group on Enrollment, whose 2023 report recommended that the CSU develop a system-wide strategic enrollment plan. Yet these challenges also present unique opportunities, and the CSU is seizing this rare transformational moment to reimagine future enrollment opportunities, charting a bold and innovative path forward. To that end, the Chancellor's Office is partnering with Education Strategy Group, ESG, a nationally engaged strategic partner organization for educational planning, to develop a unified and cohesive CSU strategic enrollment plan and system-wide model. That work is guided by the CSU Strategic Enrollment Management Advisory Council, comprised of internal CSU stakeholders and external educational and workforce partners, and co-led by Trustee Chris Steinhauser and CSU San Marcos President Ellen Neufeld. This work is also informed by and aligned with other strategic planning endeavors in the CSU, including, as you heard, the Systems Strategic Plan, about which you received an update yesterday from SOVA, the Year of Engagement, multi-university collaborations, as well as the Sustainable Financial Model, among others. In January, we offered a written summary as a consent item to preview the need for and process to create a strategic enrollment plan. Today, we'll provide an update on our progress to date and share previews of several preliminary elements that have emerged from our work. Strategic enrollment planning in this context includes the entire student life cycle, from early student outreach and engagement through opportunities throughout one's lifetime to upskill and continue to engage in formal learning opportunities. And it also includes the elements that enable and are informed by that life cycle: the academic programs offered, the workforce demands influencing, the human and technical infrastructure delivering, and the resources to support it all. There are three primary objectives for the CSU Strategic Enrollment Plan. Number one, charting a new course for improving access and enrollment opportunities across the universities and the CSU system. Number two, elevating the CSU's role in these spaces as California's and increasingly as a national university of choice. And three, providing recommendations on resources and a model that will consistently support data-informed enrollment decisions at the university and system level. The trustees' engagement and support are essential to charting this new course and embracing the transformation required to realize these goals. To begin the presentation, Dr. Kenyatta Levitt, a principal in post-secondary attainment at ESG, is here to share with us the context for this important strategic work and some background on the data and professional partners who are supporting this endeavor. Dr. Levitt?
Thank you, Dr. Evans. This project, in collaboration with leaders from the Chancellor's Office, is supported by Education Strategy Group, Burning Glass Institute, a national think tank on research on the future of work, ACRO, the nation's professional organization for engaging enrollment leaders, and Yes and Lippman Hearn, a national marketing agency specializing in higher education. Collectively, we have been working to craft the vision for a new approach to strategic enrollment management and planning for the CSU. The collaborative's work has been ongoing and iterative. This process includes gathering and synthesizing data from a variety of sources. Over the past 9 months, we have leveraged national, state, and CSU data and research, as well as facilitated focus groups from Humboldt County to San Diego County. This has helped to build a preliminary draft of recommendations that are framed through the project's organizing principles. The early draft recommendations lay a bold foundation for transformation, positioning the CSU system to improve and sustain enrollment outcomes at the undergraduate and postgraduate level. An essential element of the process centers on the engagement and guidance of the SEM Advisory Council, made up of cross-functional leaders from internal and external stakeholders. Their insights have highlighted opportunities for significant improvement that are mindful of the comprehensiveness of the CSU system with respect to the experience each university provides to students, communities, and economies across the state of California. I apologize. Their engagement in the project has even led to early action and partnerships to improve enrollment outcomes at the regional level, which you will hear about during the presentation. Through research and a collaborative set of discussions with a range of stakeholders, the project has established 5 organizing principles for the Strategic Enrollment Management Plan. The 5 principles fall into 2 main categories: those that set direction for student-facing transformation and those that are systems-focused transformation. The initial 3 organizing principles that focus on student-facing transformation address the opportunities to better engage and support a much wider range of students and support the new framework for student success. They also offer academic programs that most lean on offering academic programs that most align with student, community, and workforce needs and create authentic opportunities for learning across the entire lifespan. The final 2 focus on the partnership, infrastructure, and resources that are necessary to lead transformation across the system in an impactful and sustainable way. The bulk of the work thus far has been focused on student-facing transformation, which in turn will inform the approach to building the recommendations for the required support and resources. To provide a sense of the types of recommendations the advisory board has explored, I want to share a few connected to two of the organizing principles. The council has discussed recent growth models for accelerated bachelor degree programs of less than 120 semester units, which helps to address the time constraints that impact enrollment outcomes. The council has also explored the opportunity to establish sector-based pathway solutions across multiple CSU campuses and community colleges to address regional economic needs. You will hear later in this presentation of an effort to increase the pipeline of nursing talent in LA County, the importance of career alignment and regional collaboration, which is highlighted in the Year of Engagement, is vital to the future of the enrollment success for the CSU system. Likewise, the council has also identified a variety of engagement strategies to expand access to a CSU well beyond traditional college ages. For example, offering modular learning experiences for alumni, partnerships with organized external groups such as labor unions, and leveraging the central assessment of credit for prior learning to attract currently employed individuals. These examples are under review and have the potential to expand access for Californians, regardless of their higher education needs, and also support students' continued enrollment and retention. These examples also highlight the importance of forging new partnerships to ensure more predictable enrollment across each of the CSU campuses, not just for new students, but in support of persistence and completion. The recommendations do not end here. Rather, as part of the feedback process, we must explore how to pursue these high-level goals, recognizing that if we aim to serve all learners, a variety of strategies and tactics will be necessary. Each recommendation that will be included in the final plan will outline the different strategies and tactics that support the strategic direction. Some of the solutions will be derived from existing efforts that have demonstrated strong results and are suitable for scaling across the CSU system. One such example is the Riverside Direct Admissions Pilot for high school seniors. Given its early success in transforming the approach to the admissions process, scaling this initiative statewide to the admissions process, scaling this initiative statewide is an example of a strategy that can increase enrollment among high school students. However, this approach to direct admissions can help remove enrollment barriers for other student populations, such as transfer students. Other strategies will highlight the opportunities to streamline processes and pathways that may deter new enrollment or persistence or adopt strategies being employed by other universities. As an example, transfer has historically been defined as a student transferring from one community college to one university. Today, transfer can be seen in a multitude of directions and necessitates proactive articulation across courses across hundreds of institutions. Better stated, the CSU system will need to establish a clear strategy and plan to support credit mobility. This strategy can help accommodate the variety of post-secondary education courses and credentials students have earned prior to engaging with CSU campuses. I hope this overview offers a glimpse of the work of the project and the examples of the recommendations under consideration that align with the expectations of a forward-thinking plan that addresses both the urgency and adaptability of the CSU system. I will now turn the presentation back over to Dr. Evans.
Thank you, Dr. Lovett. To ultimately have a successful strategic enrollment plan for the system, we must also consider the ways in which we can support implementation and sustainability. As part of supporting the implementation of the recommendations, we are carefully considering necessary infrastructure and sustainability, such as supporting professional learning for current staff and onboarding of new staff, developing a system-wide repository of information and resources that are available across the CSU system. And third, to formalize an ongoing advisory structure to support strategic enrollment planning in the long run. Excuse me one moment. This will also be completed by complemented by infrastructure recommendations, technical, multi-campus, and resources in the final plan. And in the coming weeks, we'll be working with the Advisory Council and our external partners to refine these and related elements of the enrollment plan. As has been highlighted, the work in developing the system-wide strategic enrollment plan has brought voices from our educational and workforce partners, not just into the room, but into the creation of the plan itself. Their contributions have already been immeasurable and have led to impactful and bold additions and even immediate opportunities. Today, we've invited two of those extraordinary partners and CSU supporters to briefly share their reflections on this work. First, I'll invite Dr. Keith Curry, president of Compton College and CEO of the Compton Community College District. He'll be then followed by Dr. Ashish Vaidya, president and CEO of Growing Inland Achievement. President Curry.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Hello, my name is Keith Curry. I am the President and CEO of Compton College and Compton Community College District. I want to thank the Board of Trustees and Chancellor Garcia for the opportunity to share my thoughts today. It has been a privilege to serve on the California State University Strategic Management Advisory Council. As some of you may be aware, Compton College has a proud and resilient history as an anchor institution in our community. Today, Compton College serves over 7,700 students annually, with 61% identified as Latino and 25% as Black or African American, and the remainder represent a mix of other racial and ethnic backgrounds. Over 70% of our students are eligible for California College Promise Grants, and many are the first in their families to attend college. At Compton College, we are redefining student transfer through Compton College 2035, which is our comprehensive master plan through our broad and unfocused strategies. Our master plan includes intentional partnerships with colleges and universities within a 50-mile radius. Recognizing that proximity matters, our students balance work, family, school, and need transfer options that honor their commitments. This means we're not trying to build pathways everywhere. We're building pathways where they're most needed. We are committed to strengthening our collaborations with local CSU campuses, including Cal State University of Memphis Hills, California State Long Beach, and also Cal State LA, to ensure that students experience a clear, supported, and timely transition from Compton College to a CSU degree program. We also recognize the opportunity and responsibility to deepen our partnership with California State University Northridge and Cal Poly Pomona in the future. Also, we need to be very strategic in establishing partnerships with CSU campuses that achieve the Black Serving Institution designation, or CSU campuses that have an intentional focus to support underserved students, including but not limited to Black and African American students. We see the Black Serving Institution designation as an opportunity for our underserved students. The local CSU campuses, the Black Serving Institution designation campuses, and CSU campuses that are intentionally focused on supporting underserved students are within the reach of our students. However, they must be part of our robust, articulated, coordinated regional transfer strategy. To bring this vision to life, we are leveraging our current budget and the $1.9 million grant from the Bomber Foundation that we received in fall 2024. With these resources, Compton College will be expanding its capacity for supporting our student service transfer advisor, and also new programs for first-year experienced students, both essential to strengthening students' transition. Compton College has long-standing relationship with many CSU campuses. With our new regional strategy, we aim to expand cross-enrollment agreements, e-transcript California, data sharing, and joint outreach initiatives with local CSU campuses and Black serving institutions. Or CSU campuses that intentionally focus on supporting underserved students. Much of this work is already underway with California State University of Memphis Hills, which includes sharing library access, parking permits, robust outreach services, and also data sharing. And we have collaborated on grants and have hosted our commencement ceremony at California State University of Memphis Hills over the last 5 years. This regional strategy allows us to deepen collaboration within LA County. As part of our transfer strategy, we'll be relaunching our summer residential program in partnership with four-year colleges and universities. These programs will allow students to take transferable courses, live in dorms, and immerse themselves in a university experience, and reinforce a culture of transfer and degree completion. With support from Bomber Foundation, we have enough money to be able to offer 2 of those programs at a CSU campus beginning in the summer of 2026. We will continue to work at Compton College with our faculty to identify with our Guided Pathways divisions to coordinate CSU collaboration amongst faculty to improve articulation and transfer center professional development at Compton College. This past year, we had students at Compton College participate in the focus group for the Strategic Enrollment Management group. And our students noted several challenges, including navigating aid, majors, and requirements. At Compton College, through our funding, we intend to update our program maps and ensure that that tool shows what the pathway looks like for our students as they transfer and they're aligned. These efforts advance the CSU recommendations for curriculum to career visibility, ensure that what students learn at Compton College has a clear and valid outcome at their destination university. Curriculum alignment among CSU campuses and the local community colleges is critical, regardless of what system is used to show the mapping. At Compton College, mapping will be centered around the associate transfer degrees offered at institutions and the CSU campuses. The work of the Strategic Enrollment Management Advisory Committee has also led to more immediate opportunities to connect regional workforce needs. The 19 community colleges of LA County are partnering with the CSU Chancellor's Office to map demand and capacity for nursing education and employment within Los Angeles County. The results of this project can inform community colleges, the CSU system, healthcare partners, and serve as a model for other regions in the state of California. Perhaps the most insight from our student focus group was this. Will the support I get at Compton College continue when I transfer? If you look at that picture, I'm going off script, that is our cafeteria where students receive 1 meal per day. That is on a Monday when we took that picture. On Friday, there's no food. They get a meal every single day. And so what our students said in the focus groups was, our students rely on food resources, textbook assistance, financial aid, and mental health support, which are built into our institutional design through various programs and services. As an active member of the California State University Strategic Management Advisory Committee, I urge the CSU Board of Trustees to adopt policies that reflect not just system and institutional goals, but the lived experiences of our California residents, especially from those communities represented at like Compton College. Through proximity partnerships, expanding cross-enrollment, curriculum clarity, basic needs alignment, we create a system of transfer equity and momentum. In collaboration with CSU leadership, Chancellor Garcia, the CSU Chancellor's Office, and the CSU campus presidents, we can lead the nation in developing a cohesive, compassionate, and future-ready student transfer experience. Thank you for allowing me to share my unapologetic strategies and thoughts with you today. And now I would like to turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you, President Curry. Good morning. I'm Ashish Vaidya, the President and CEO of Growing Inland Achievement, a cross-sector collaborative in the Inland Empire that works across the cradle-to-career continuum to support the students and families of that region. But the CSU is also near and dear to my heart, having served previously as a faculty member, dean, provost in the Cal State campuses, and then, of course, have the privilege of serving as a university president in 2 different states. It is a privilege to be on this Strategic Enrollment Management Advisory Council, and I thank the board and Chair Envelope for this opportunity to say a few words here as well. The diverse perspectives of the members have actually shaped an excellent roadmap for addressing the strategic enrollment management for the CSU. At the very outset of this meeting, I offered a framing question. How can we ensure that the CSU strengthen its role as a strategic asset for the state of California and beyond? At a time of great uncertainty and challenges faced by the post-secondary sector, it is imperative that the CSU reclaim the narrative that it plays an indispensable role in advancing the economic, social, and civic prosperity of the state. Stewardship of place has always been a defining purpose for each of the CSU institutions. Each campus is a community anchor for the region it serves, aligning its teaching, research, scholarship, and service mission to the needs of those communities. California is the fourth largest economy in the world, although I was told recently it might have moved up to third, but has very disparate regions, each with their unique talent, innovation, and economic development needs. For instance, in the Inland Empire, a region comprising of Riverside and San Bernardino counties is characterized by a young and growing population, but low college-going rates and therefore low post-secondary attainment. At the same time, 1 in 4 adult learners have some college but no degree. The region wants to transform its industrial landscape from just being a warehousing site for Amazon and Walmart to sustainable logistics, advanced manufacturing, cybersecurity, and green technology as existing and emerging clusters. In addition, the region is home to 56 school districts, 12 community colleges, 2 public four-year institutions, including Cal State San Bernardino, and 4 private four-year universities. Several of the community colleges located in the high and low deserts have limited access to a CSU. Earlier this year, I visited Palo Verde College in the city of Blythe. It almost felt like I was going to Arizona. The college is over 180 miles from CSUSB and over 112 miles from the Palm Desert campus of Cal State San Bernardino. This presents unique challenges for transfer for students in those areas. In the Inland Empire, we have been working on a more coordinated approach across the cradle-to-career continuum to support the aspirations and hopes of both the students and the region. A regional labor market assessment helps inform the demand for both degree, certificate, and credential programs, as well as opportunities to address the educational needs across the full learner lifespan. And I believe a collaborative, multi-institution approach to addressing the talent, innovation, and economic development needs of the state's regions allows for a greater focus on equitable access and success, more effective and efficient resource allocation, and deeper cross-sector collaborations. I'm delighted to see that philosophy reflected in the recommendations of the Strategic Enrollment Management Advisory Council. And again, I thank you for allowing me to present today.
Thank you, President Curry and President Vaidya, for your comments and your contributions to the CSU Strategic Enrollment Plan. As you've heard, we've sought members for the council that challenge us to be the best the CSU can be for all Californians. And over the next 3 months, we'll continue to gather input and iterate on refining the focus and prioritization of recommendations. This includes working closely with ESG, the council, key stakeholder groups, presidents, and other university leaders, and our external partners. We'll bring the final recommendations to the board as part of the September Board of Trustees meeting before expeditiously beginning to execute the plan in October. But as we're collaboratively and collectively working toward that plan, we are not waiting to innovate. As you know, in October, the CSU announced the largest direct admissions program in the nation in partnership with Riverside County Office of Education. CSU-eligible high school seniors at every public high school in Riverside County were offered direct admission to 10 CSU universities for fall 25 without even initiating an application. The strategy resulted in an immediate 15% increase in students who applied as first-time freshmen from Riverside County. And in fact, CSU San Bernardino and CSU San Marcos have noted an approximately 50% increase in the number of admitted first-year students from Riverside County that committed to attend by May 1st. The images you see on screen highlight admitted student events held in Riverside and Rancho Mirage by the Chancellor's Office, the 10 CSUs in the pilot, and Riverside County schools. Direct admissions represent an immediate strategy that fundamentally simplifies the college admissions process and will become the default pathway for California high school students, one that's already been recognized as part of the Lumina Foundation's Great Admissions redesign. We're working on the next regions of California to which we'll scale this for the next admission cycle, while we weave the strategy into the longer-term enrollment plan for all Californians. We're excited to advance this work toward the CSU's first system-wide strategic enrollment management plan and model. I want to thank Dr. Lovett, Trustee Steinhauser, and President Neufeld for their leadership, as well as President Curry and President Vaidya for joining us here today. Chair Ramulus concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to take questions and comments from the board.
Great. Do we have any questions or comments? Julia, and then I'll go Chris.
Thanks. I really appreciate this presentation. Both Nathan, your overview, Dr. Curry, you have been a transformational leader in Compton. Anybody that knows the history of Compton College knows how far you have become, because it's not only a functioning, well-run college, but you're a leader. You're a leader in California. And certainly the Growing Inland Achievement Group is also leading in California in terms of interregional collaboration. I actually have three questions. You mentioned, for example, the 3-year degrees, mentioned better articulation, mentioned, a smoother pathway for the pipeline into college and through college. Any one of you who would like to speak to, this involves an awful lot of collaboration with the faculties and academic planning and curious. I mean, this often has always been a bit of a stumbling block. So I'd like to hear from you how you're thinking about it, what resources would be required to really make this become a reality. The second question is also tied to affordability. I think the 3-year degree, for example, is, I've often said the most affordable strategy is, to finish as soon as possible for anybody. And certainly that's one of the impetuses for the 3-year degrees. And again, I'd like to hear from you how this is aligning with, and maybe Dr. Evans or somebody can speak to how it's aligning with the work of the Success Initiative, because this is not in isolation of that. And then the third question I have, and this is really for you, Dr. Vaidya, this issue of distance from a CSU campus comes up all the time. For many reasons. It's a reality, and I think Dr. Curry's right. We have to live with the realities of students' experience and life situation. But distance may or may not be an impediment. So could you speak a little bit about how you're thinking about it in the Inland Empire? Because you can enroll people in long distance. So.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez. Maybe I'll play traffic controller for the question, if that's all right. So I'll start with the conversation around transfer articulation and how it may even connect to compressed or fewer than 120 unit bachelor's degrees, for example. As Dr. Lovett mentioned, there are many other parties that are a part of this conversation that aren't represented here. And part of that's been also about bringing workforce data into the conversation and illuminating opportunities. And I think back to Chancellor Garcia joining one of the first council meetings, which wasn't, yes, we can assess what's happening today. And there's some interesting observations even in the majors that students are choosing today. There may be natural ones like nursing where we know demand exceeds supply, but actually the data proves out that there are majors in the humanities like history, for example. The fields that individuals with history degrees go into have demand that also exceeds supply. So it's having that data, but not just about today, but what's on the horizon for 2030, 2040, and so forth. So bringing that data-informed element to the conversation around academic program planning is critical. One of the other things that's come up, you talked about articulation across institutions and alignment of courses and curriculum being a stumbling block often, and that necessitates absolutely faculty involvement. Part of it is there's so much labor involved in this, But there are new opportunities, for example, in leveraging AI to identify and where the opportunities to then engage faculty, how we can prioritize where we begin. And I think those are some of the things that have emerged. Yes, there absolutely will and needs to be faculty engagement in helping map that out and thinking differently, not just institution by institution, but one conversation that's come forward is how do we bring all of our disciplined faculty together at a minimum by region so that we can norm that and build that capacity. So just a couple examples of that. I'll turn to our other colleagues to reflect. But I will say in terms of the alignment as well, that we've actually have placeholders in the plan for definition derived from the year of engagement around student success. Another, sort of a placeholder, but also as we think about the importance of post-graduation outcomes, as we talk about and reflect that in program planning. As we have new programs that might be proposed, and we are emphasizing experiential learning as a part of student success in the future, then that should become a part of the program planning element, an expectation that every program coming forward via a campus not only articulates all the typical things, but also is indicating how they will build in experiential learning as well as post-graduation outcomes. So we set that going forward as an example. So just to maybe respond to a couple elements, but I'll turn to our other speakers. Looks like Dr. Curry, and then I think the last question was for Dr. Vaidya.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez, for your comments, and especially the warm comments about me and also about Compton College. As I go back and reflect on the comments I provided earlier, it's about being intentional. And so when we look at curriculum alignment and building program maps in alignment with the CSU campuses, for me, it always goes back to the associate's degree for transfer and being very strategic regards to that in your institutional master plan. And I'll give you some examples. We received funding a couple years ago from the College Futures Foundation to do our alignment with California State University Dominguez Hills. We were able to provide stipends to faculty on both sides to work on the program maps. So if you look on our website, you'll see the program maps for our institution that are aligned with the programs that are offered at Cal State University Dominguez Hills. That's an example. The next example I'll give you, we just received another grant for WM Keck Foundation regards to our Compton Community Health Partnership, which is a partnership with Cal State University Dominguez Hills, Charles Drew University, Compton Unified School District, and Compton College. In that was $400,000 to continue to work on program maps and alignment around the allied health. So we're able to be strategic together regards to what are our academic programs that we want to focus on, bringing faculty together and providing compensation for faculty on both sides to be able to work on program maps, and then also work with your counselors and your advisors to ensure that students are receiving the information early on is very important, but it can be done if you provide the resources to be able to do that. I truly believe that budgets are statements of values. And so when I look at program maps and transfer at Compton College, that is one of our highest priorities. And to end with this, I think it's important to also note, as it relates to dual enrollment, as you know, California community colleges are really focused on high school dual enrollment and ensuring high school students are on a path to college early on to address the affordability concerns. As we do this work at Compton College through our dual enrollment programs are aligned with associate degree for transfer. So what does that mean? That means those students who are interested in the CSU and are taking dual enrollment, they are clearing courses while they're in high school. But that map that they're following is the same map that we articulated with Cal State Dominguez Hills, and we have maps articulated with Cal State University in Long Beach. So we're being very strategic about this work. It can also impact your dual enrollment because that means a student who's in the 9th grade who is on a path, they're on an ATD path, and they can see that in 9th grade, and they know what that looks like over a 6 to 8 year period. That, to me, is transformative, right? Especially for the student population that we currently serve in our community. And I just think we have an opportunity now to really look at and redefine what it looks like for transfer, but also for prospective students. And I will close with this, and I said that earlier, but I didn't. If you look at cross-enrollment, and this is the one I think is huge, that we have not tapped with regards to California community colleges and also high schools. One of our initiatives at Compton, we're pushing it hard through our dual enrollment, is to offer a class that they could take at California State University, Dominguez Hills, that is a part of that pathway for our students. So that means they're able to take a class in the 10th and 11th grade that's offered by Dominguez Hills at their campus. That to me is significant, and it follows the pathway. It exposed them to the CSU system, so that when the students get to a CSU campus, they already had that experience. And so we just have to be strategic within the confines that we have, and also understand that budget statements of values and prioritize this.
Trustee Lopez, a couple of quick thoughts on your first question, and I'll get down to the distance issue about the collaboration around faculty and academic planning. And I think the premise that I mentioned in my comments is leading with the concept of stewardship of place, right? What is it that region needs in terms of academic programs across the spectrum, degree programs, credentials, certificates, and then sort of aligning your academic planning process to those things, an outside in, a community-led effort, rather than saying, well, let's get into a boardroom and decide what programs we should offer, but rather think about what are the needs, current and future needs, and being responsive and adaptable to that. I think that process is going to be, it's a mindset process, which is thinking about aligning those missions to the needs of those regions and communities. Where should we offer green technology programs? Where should we offer advanced manufacturing programs? There are certain foundational programs that we need to be offering pretty much at most campuses. But I think when it comes to specialization and therefore resource allocation, I think it would make more sense to think about the needs of the region. So I just wanted to offer that perspective. To your second point, distance from what we have seen anecdotally speaking to students, it still matters for them. When they think about the campus, which is a couple of 100 miles away, it's almost like, well, that's not really for me because of the whole notion of all the other things that they have to overcome. And yes, we might say in today's time, we could always think about online and other kinds of programs, but then in rural areas, we could consider the broadband issues that are still a major challenge for many of those students. So I think the point is that we can't have a one-size-fits-all, but to think about what are those region-specific challenges and infrastructure needs, and how can we work together with the local community college and the four-year institution to create those pathways, and then also give the engagement for real-world applications, because ultimately, most of these students, that's what they want. They want to have livable wage careers. And how can we create that ecosystem even in places that are further away from some of the urban core areas?
Well, I really want to thank you for all of you for really thorough answering, giving us a sense of the complexity of the ecosystem. But most important, I really want to underscore something that to me is just so exciting, which is we're not thinking about this in silos. You will do this in Compton, we will do this at the CSU, you will do this, and you're really thinking about this as a system across the board. How do you work those things through, and how do you all each use your own competitive advantage to service the needs of the system? In your own ways, that's what you're doing. So I think that's really, really exciting. And it's not just enrollment, it's everything that we'll do, will be impacted. So thank you very much.
Okay, we have 4 more speakers. I will close this out. We're going to go Chris, Leslie, Yemi, and then I'll close this out.
Thank you. First of all, Chancellor, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to co-chair this with wonderful President Newfold. I've learned so much. She's a truly gifted leader. These are great examples of members of the committee. And when you came to our first meeting, you said to be bold and to be innovative. And I'm going to tell you, they're pushing us. They're putting great ideas on the table, but this is truly exciting, and it's going to push the K-12s. So, for example, you cannot have a direct admission program unless you have good data at the K-12 level. So I'm real excited because Nathan knows I want the direct admission program to everybody tomorrow. And so because of the data, what we've seen, because this is really about an equity issue. Think about this. When you have huge numbers of students from Riverside who have now directly been admitted, this is a truly game changer. And to our government team and to Yami, your comments yesterday, this story needs to be told to lawmakers, because what we're talking about is regional economic impact. Because This, and you heard Mr. Lewis talk about this, the power of public education. 90% of the youth in this state go to public schools, okay? And it is a game changer. And so I am so thankful for this committee. I have goosebumps right now because they're pushing us. Members of the academic world are saying, hey, we have our own barriers that we need to tear down, and we need to tear it down now. And so I'm thankful. This is a work in progress. It's not done. It's not going to be one of those things that goes on the shelf and it's done. It's about continuous improvement, just like we heard yesterday from our Title IX folks. So thank you, thank you, thank you. As a grandparent of 5, I am so thankful and so excited about what the future holds. But we really do need to tell this story, Trustee Rodriguez, because our lawmakers need to see this is about bringing everything together. You heard cradle to career. This is about pathways, all the Golden State Pathway money. This is about using the tax dollars in the most efficient manner possible.
Thank you. And this is all very exciting and exactly what we should be hearing about throughout a lot of our meetings. And I guess along those lines, Dr. Curry, you sort of answered some of this when you answered Trustee Lopez's questions. I had several of different ways of, I guess, stating our same questions, but I just want to clarify. You emphasize the importance of policies that reflect students' lived experiences. And, you know, and I'm thinking, obviously, that should be infused in all of our work, not only in your specific committee. So I'm wondering if you could just highlight 2 or 3 ways you think we do not do that now, and things we should keep in mind as we go about all of our work at the CSU.
I wouldn't say that you do not do. I would say that we have to think outside the box and be unapologetic about this work. One of my biggest concerns in higher education in California, and no disrespect to any system, is that we have students who are hungry, right? And we continue to find ways or looking at ways to support our students. And one of the first things we say is about having a food pantry on our campuses. A food pantry does not solve the solution of students being hungry. How can we provide a long-term solution for those students while they're at our institution? Why can't we provide 1 meal per day to support our students? Why can't we? So what does a policy look like for CSU campuses to provide that for those students? The second thing that I think when we look at policy regards to our students, it regards to admissions and transfer. We have to be very intentional regards to transfer for our students. And my staff person who was here, Dr. Garcia, she's in the back, she's my Dean of Counseling and Guided Pathways, and she knows how important it is for our students to transfer. But when our students are seeing barriers regards to admissions, for example, in Compton Unified School District, one of their issues are they a part of the local area for California State University Long Beach? What does that look like? Is Compton College a part of the local area for Cal State University Long Beach? Those types of questions about who is your local campus and what does that admission look like for those students is a barrier. We have the same issue we're looking at with Cal State LA regards to, are we a part of their local service area when El Camino College is a part of their local service area? And so the new president has taken that on as their mantra to say, no, Compton should be a part of that. So think about it from this perspective. El Camino College, which is less than 5 miles away, is a part of a local service area for Cal State LA, but Compton College is not. That's a policy issue. But then also, too, when your person that works in the transfer center went to Cal State LA, is saying, why are we not a part of this? And my response as a college president, I don't know. That is a problem, because that tells that person that CSU LA does not want our students because they want the students from El Camino College, even though that's not what it means. But we created that barrier because we got to talk about who's local and who's not local. But really being unapologetic to say, let's rebuild the system to support the students that we're currently serving. But those are 2 examples that could help.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think this is important to hear. I mean, the hunger issue, maybe we need time in our meetings to focus just on that, whether our centers now are just Band-Aids as opposed to, if students are hungry, they can't learn. And I think it's important that we understand the depth of even just that on our campuses, and that we make sure that these broader issues are clearly infused in our strategic plan. My second comment is that, you know, I think we could take some of this information that is going to come out of your work. For example, I quickly looked up the Palo Verde College because I didn't know about it. And, you know, it says right online there's a 10.7% graduation rate. And I'm thinking, like, so maybe we need some advocacy work too in terms of where just the CSU needs to be in terms of serving students. Are we well enough distributed in our state? Are we able to serve all the students of California? Like, that seems like a huge gap. It's you know, it's no wonder if they're 100 miles away from the nearest available school, and there's only a 10%. I mean, maybe it's a 10% graduation rate because it's hopeless to ever move on from that college. So I think, you know, I think we need to hear your findings and then translate them to some thinking and then some advocacy too. And my final question is just, you mentioned AI at the end, but I'm wondering, you know, if there's, I'm just curious about a way that our AI initiative and that thinking about AI is a part of your work too.
Trustee Gilbert-Lorry, and I appreciate your comments, and I think these are elements that have emerged in a variety of conversations within the council, and I think you'll see reflected. You heard an example yesterday, for example, related to legislation of San Diego State and San Marcos working together to address regional needs in South San Diego County, the Chula Vista area. I think, you know, we've also looked at models in other states of multi-campus systems that come together to serve rural areas where it's not just a single university that's taking responsibility. It really is a system effort. So multiple universities, for example, within the Texas A&M system, delivering a baccalaureate degree at one site. And so there are other models that are absolutely coming up in this conversation. And regarding AI, yes, that has sort of been infused across sort of all 5 of those principles in different ways, certainly on the resource and infrastructure and how we achieve this at scale, but also in terms of, you know, as one example, that focusing on enrollment opportunities throughout the learner lifespan. There was a recent national report on recent alumni being defined as 2 to 3 years out of college. The number one area identified for those recent graduates that they felt they missed out on was artificial intelligence, because it was just coming to the forefront as they were concluding their degrees. So we've done this sort of ad hoc quickly to work with the alumni associations and develop a free online module that they could push out to alumni. That can be a way to keep alumni engaged and really come back to the CSU for any type of learning opportunity in the future. Those are the types of things that are emerging. So just as one other example.
Before I get to Yami, I'll just say thank you so much, Leslie. I'm sure Michelle grabbed the question on issues related to student hunger, and we'll find a way to make sure that we circle back on that. President Neufeld, I think you were trying to chime in here too.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity, and just want to offer great praise to my colleagues or from the committee that have spoken, and of course co-chair Steinhauser. But one of the things, as I was hearing the conversation, the questions that President Curry articulated so well and does this so well in the meetings, is that it's kind of a both and of where we go forward. We're talking about a lot of big concepts here, but one of the pieces that I think when I was hearing President Curry and when I hear him in the meetings is he'll sometimes ask me or a group of us, and if we're in a small group, it seems like this, if you don't mind, President Curry, I'm going to quote you, is broken in the CSU admissions process. And I'll say, I don't think it's broken. I think it doesn't exist. And so one of the things that my perception is that we have had so many students for so long, and we've had to figure out a way to keep them out. So when you hear the comment about service area, we are living in a culture of
of enrollment in the CSU, both on our campuses and at the CSU, of where we were probably what feels like moments ago in the, maybe 5 years ago. And so we've got to rebuild the unexciting part, if you will. I mean, I think it's exciting because I'm an enrollment nerd, but the pieces of literally how do we start with students in K-12? What is that dual enrollment look like? We have just started dual enrollment with K-12. Just started. That's something that's been happening across the country. How do we do those concurrent programs with our community colleges, like a 3-year nursing degree, or we have a 3-year software engineering degree? But not just how do we, let's do these programs, but how do we build it so that the student that is used to having lunch every day can come to my campus where they can go to the food pantry 1 day a week? How is that seamless? How is it we're not, that a student doesn't have these unintended barriers that for us is just how we do business? And just one more piece on, that was mentioned with the faculty. The faculty on our committee are excited about what can be next, waiting for the opportunity. And I see it on the campus, on my campus as well, the idea of having those experiential learning, the 3-year degrees, the different modalities and the way to offer it. They stand ready to come to the table with that. But again, I think it's setting up the culture for that. Where I am, because of the youth of my campus, we have a North County alliance with our community colleges. And we have also built an alliance with our K-12. So those faculty are in the room together as part of the culture. And though some of this detail culture is what we have to build in the CSU from the system up through the campuses. That's one of the pieces that really has to feed into the big ideas. And I pick it up on what President Curry was saying. There are so many barriers he's helped point out to us that culturally we just wouldn't even begin to see. Thank you.
Thank you, President Neufeld. Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Curry. Thank you for everyone's comments and for the presentation. I'm just really excited. I actually come from an enrollment background too, but from the private institution sector. So this is just really exciting to me. And I'm also happy to see that there's some results, great results with the Riverside direct admissions. I mean, 50% more is just really good, and all the more reason why we need to have this across our system. Dr. Curry, I'm really appreciative of you sharing the issue of basic needs for even our prospect students. You know, how that could be an issue of them deciding if they're going to get their 4-year education or not. I know that I come from the Central Valley, where I come from a region where farm working communities, one of the reasons they might not go to school is because they have to have that additional job, or that it is the transportation issue. But I feel like it's the hunger piece. There's also many other basic need pieces that I would ask that the committee take into consideration when we're thinking about prospective students that want to come to our institutions. And also think of the regional piece of how unique our urban communities are to our rural communities. So just such a crucial piece for us to continue to open access to all students to our institutions. And I just really thank you all for thinking of these things, that these are issues that create barriers. The other piece to that I was really processing is really opening these doors to help our students, our prospective students' families know what it means to even enter into an institution. I know for my own family, I come from a Mexican immigrant family. I was the one that set tradition in my family to get a college education. They didn't necessarily know how to maneuver those systems. So when we're introducing this idea of what is college, it's also introducing it to them in their language. It's making it community friendly. It's really addressing these things that say, yes, you know what, yeah, that should be top of mind for you to get your education. I wasn't necessarily told you're going to go to college, right? I thought about that when I graduated from high school, but my parents completely supported me when I made the decision. So how do we set those traditions, but also how do we break those barriers of not having that access to that knowledge of what it means to get a college education?
If I may, I think it's important for me to share this, our strategy at Compton College regards to basic needs and support. And when we think about barriers as relates to basic needs, is that students don't have to ask for it, right? Or you don't have to ask them how poor they are because you have an application that asks for their income or their family's income. So at Compton College, every student receives 1 meal per day through our partnership with Every Table. They run our cafeteria. On Wednesdays, we have a farmer's market. Students receive $20 per week. And if they're on Cal Fresh, they're able to have $50 to be able to, at our farmer's market, to be able to purchase produce and food as well. We offer free printing on our campus for our students. That's a part of our policy. There's free parking, and we also offer the Metro Go Pass for our students. In a couple of weeks, because of the Strategic Enrollment Management Committee, we're no longer going to charge students to print their transcripts. We're actually losing money because we charge, right? And so when we think about basic needs and the support, and you talk about the mental health support, we have a partnership with St. John's Community Health, who runs our health center on our campus. They're also part of our community health partnership with California State University of Dominguez Hills. We passed a bond last fall for $200 million. $16 million will build a 24/7 urgent care facility on our campus for our students and the community in partnership with St. John's. In addition to that, we'll be the first community college in LA County. We're in construction week 22 on a 251-bed student housing facility at Compton College. So when you talk about basic needs, it's about budget statements of values, but also it's about being a priority for your institution where you're focused on those students and breaking those barriers where they don't have to ask for it.
Love that orientation of how do we make this about students and flip that. President Morales, I see you, and then Trustee Breyer, I see you.
Thank you.
Let's go in that order.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Kudos to my colleagues. I want us to also, as part of this enrollment management discussion, is to not lose sight of the gatekeeper role that the A through G curriculum plays in the state of California. And when you look at the data has not moved for low-income Black and Latino students. There are too many districts that still track students away from A through G curriculum, and they happen to be predominantly Black, low-income Black and Latino students. So we have to tackle that in order to increase. And thank you, my colleagues. CSUSB is definitely the beneficiary of the direct admissions. Incredibly successful. We're working now with 6 districts in San Bernardino to replicate that program. So thank you. Great presentation.
I concur. This is a really productive presentation, and like we're saying, taking a look at what's stopping our students from enrolling. But Dr. Curry, your comment about offering our students a free lunch, I don't understand why that can't be the norm. As somebody who grew up on free and reduced lunch, which by the way was embarrassing at the time. I didn't like having that ticket, and I wish it was the same color as everybody else's ticket in the food line. But your ask about saying, don't let it be a barrier. They shouldn't have to ask. It should be there. So I would implore our Board of Trustees that we need to look at this. I understand funding's an issue and all these things, but I mean, it's such a simple idea. Our kids should be able to come on campus and have a meal, everybody. So that's something I think that we really have to look at. Thank you for sharing that.
I have the privilege of closing us out, so I'll just say we deeply need this plan. So huge appreciation to the Strategic Enrollment Management Advisory Council, to President Neufeld, to Trustee Steinhauser for serving alongside so many others. Nathan, you started with this idea that we're in a different age. It used to be that within the CSU, it wasn't a question of how do we recruit students. It was actually a question of how do we maintain for the size that we could hold. And we're now in a world in which that is different. And so this is going to be a new muscle we're building. To that end, I think we need to get rid of these systems working for the system and put the student at the center and ask, what do they need to make sure that they're taken care of and this feels seamless? Because too often, if you go and talk to students, what they say around strategic enrollment is it doesn't feel strategic at all. It feels deeply bureaucratic and problematic. And so this, I'm so excited about the Fresno State with Bulldog Bound a couple of years ago, going out to 9th graders and saying, you are a Fresno State student. Here's all you need to do to keep that, is basically A to G, but flipping the script and saying, you're already there. Here's just what you need to do and making it clear. The direct admission process in Riverside, such a great example of this last year. I'm going to name 2 more things in this. One, which is a question I think directly for you, Nathan, and then the second is a little bit broader. As this board thinks about it, there is near-term work that is happening right now. Yesterday, President Quiñones was telling me about work she's done at Monterey Bay. I think you were saying you increased enrollment 18%. Is that right?
Yeah, last year we increased 16%, and this year we're in a very good track.
So just, there is near-term work that some of our presidents are doing that we absolutely need to learn from and continue to do. The Riverside example is another example. We could turn that on, maybe not tomorrow, but quickly. So Nathan, I'm going to preview. That's my question for you: is what would it take to actually take that direct admission to other communities across the state? But I want to name there's broader work to make this system-wide. You may remember from the financial aid work group, I don't know, a year ago, where we heard that our students are getting different financial aid packages at different campuses. I mean, these are students with the exact same finances within our system, hearing from 2 of our campuses that there are different numbers. What is happening when we cannot even get that part within our system right? And so I know the financial aid work group has worked on that. That is now, I believe, cleared up. But now you think, okay, if a student's coming from a community college, how do we make this such that this whole process is seamless? So that's some of the medium-term work. And then last thing before, Nathan, I kick it to you for the question of what would it take to actually take this near-term solution? There is deeper work to do around strategic enrollment. We continue to think about this idea that there is a traditional student. And I actually bristle a little when I hear that language. The traditional student is an 18-year-old who grew up, goes directly to college, stays there for 4 years, and then graduates. And so when we think about a non-traditional student, we're like, well, that's not the norm. And the reality is that whole conception is wrong. The students we are serving, our traditional students, are not that I show up on a campus and 4 years later I walk away. It's just not our traditional student. They are adult learners. They are parents themselves. They are justice impacted. They're low income and working multiple jobs. And building a system to enroll them, to ensure that they're walking out with a credential of value is not just an enrollment plan. That's why we started this with, you heard the strategic plan. The strategic enrollment fits squarely in, so does the year of engagement. And this will call into questions as we think about this more broadly, questions like 120 units. I happen to work, like the actual job that pays me, is for the Carnegie Foundation, who created the 120 unit standard. It was created not around learning, it was created around pensions. And so there are ways to think about a 3-year degree, but there are also ways to think about there might be degrees that are not 120 units in total. Yeah. That is not a tomorrow solution, but as we think about all of these things, all of these pieces fit together into this question of how do we best meet the needs of the students in our state? How do we best meet the needs of our communities? And how do we do that in partnership with all of the systems in ways that are seamless? All right, Nathan, now to my question.
Trustee Arambula, as usual, you gave us a tremendous amount to consider, and I will share that in many of the conversations in the council, all of these elements are coming up. I appreciate you highlighting, because even in our dialogue in this session, it has primarily been focused on traditional student pathways, either directly from high school or even through a community college. But that first organizing principle about really broadening our definition of learner is at the core. And so it is the returning adult, the graduate student, this individual that doesn't need to come back for an entire degree, but needs to upskill. That is a part of the conversation, and it is filtering into the conversations around timing, credit for prior learning assessment, competency-based, it's all baked in there. I do want to give kudos to our colleagues at ESG that have been pushing us around the question of different time horizons. The recommendations, there are going to be some that are in the 6 to 12 months, and some of them that are already immediate. You heard, and I again want to give kudos to our advisory council members. You heard it at Compton College. They made a policy change based on actually discussion within our advisory council, but we've also launched a very focused conversation around nursing pathways and nursing capacity in LA County, the largest county in the state and one of the largest in the nation. So there's some immediate work that's coming. There's a second time horizon that we have calibrated with the broader strategic plan. This should line up with what that time horizon is. And there's another that's about building the foundation for the future, that's the longer. So we are thinking about that. To the question of sort of scaling direct admission, we're already, as you heard, there's some work going on with individual universities that President Morales cited that we're helping support at the statewide level. We've already signed on Oakland Unified as the next focal area, and there are pockets throughout the state. I want to amplify what Trustee Steinhauser said, and this is not to ever put onus solely on our K-12 partners, but it really is about the data. If we have clean, accurate data from our partner school districts, we could scale this through the cradle to career data system tomorrow. I mean, some of that could happen tomorrow, but it is working, and this is where it is a partnership between the CSU, our K-12 partners, and our community college and others, because we can all benefit from accurate, timely data about about K-12 students, because that's what we leveraged. And the last thing that I want to mention that Trustee Rodriguez referenced. I know when we were here last year and talked about the launch of the direct admission, we showed this, but following and immediately after that came about paying for college in English and Spanish, and this went to all, again, 17,000 students in the Riverside district immediately as follow-up, because those conversations go hand in hand. We heard about the internal conversations that happen within students and families about, well, maybe I don't belong there. We wanted to reinforce that. This is what we can replicate across the state.
Thank you to the team who's doing this work. It is truly changing conversations around kitchen tables in this state, which is going to, over decades, change our communities. And so just deep appreciation for the work to get both that direct admissions out of the gate, to get the financial aid piece very shortly thereafter, and then the hard work to help speed this into as many other communities as we can. With that, Chair Clark, that concludes the Committee on Educational Policy.
Thank you, Vice Chair Arambula. We're scheduled now for a 10-minute break, and we'll come back afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University
Board. We'll come back to order. Just to put the remainder of the meeting in context, we're about 1/2 hour behind. Now, I want to say the intended timeframes for committee discussions are just intended timeframes. I would not have thought of interrupting that wonderful discussion we just had about ed policy. And so, trustees, I think we're scheduled, or was intended to leave here around 2 o'clock, maybe 2:15, kind of the latest 2:30. At this rate, we're heading toward Friday morning. And so trustees, use your discretion. Also, these issues are coming back up again. Again, I do not want to discourage the kind of very vigorous discussion. And I also want to say to anyone who might watch these meetings, this board is a substantive board. This is not performative. And so that's why I'm not going to, unless it really becomes dire, going to interrupt these discussions. Also, trustees, I wanted to make this clear to the community. There was a time when these board meetings would be scheduled essentially 8 o'clock, and then we'd end at 4:30. There would be a lunch break. And I noticed when I came onto the board, trustees would just get up in the middle of presentations, just head on out for a comfort break, get a snack. And I always thought that was weird. And because, people are talking and we just get up and leave. Now, I don't want to discourage anybody. If you're uncomfortable, go get comfortable. But the goal was to start inserting breaks. And I'm going to ask in future agendas to make it clear when breaks are intended, so that trustees can kind of say, can I stay here? It's going to be approximately this, or that time will end. The goal is to do everything possible to have us present and fully engaged in the substantive discussion. The officers of the Chancellor's office, they go through dry runs, they practice these things, they put in a lot of work, they assemble a lot of data, and I want us as much as possible to enjoy that and to receive it and engage it. And then the last thing is, I just want to make it clear, all members of the community are welcome to observe our deliberations, but everyone who comes to these meetings has to respect the members of this public body and the other members of the audience who are here to observe the meeting. We will not tolerate people disrupting the meeting. And we will do everything we can to maintain order in these proceedings, while at the same time, through public comment, completely respecting the First Amendment rights of the community to address this body. So I just say that for future reference. So I've taken up 5 minutes. And where are we? We're at the process now of, I need to call on Vice Chair Arambula again. Will you please convene the Committee on Ed Policy and Finance?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Duly noted, we will try and make up as much time. Will the joint meeting of the Committees on Educational Policy and Finance please come to order? Today we have 2 information items in this joint committee. First, we will hear an update on the integration of the CSU Maritime Academy and Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Then we will hear a final report on the CSU Strategic Work Group on financial aid. But first, we will begin with the approval of the minutes from the January 2025 meeting. Please note corrected minutes have been posted, noting Trustee Fong's attendance in committee that was inadvertently omitted. Are there any objections to the approval of the minutes as corrected? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. The committee has 2 items on today's discussion agenda. Item 2 is an information item providing an update on the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and Cal Maritime integration. This item will be presented by Steve Reier, Executive Vice Chancellor and CFO, Jeff Armstrong, President of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, Michael Dumont, Interim President of Cal Maritime Academy, and Jessica Darren, Cal Poly's Vice President for Strategic Initiatives and Advocacy. EVC Reier, take it away.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula. So today, we will update you on the integration of the California State University Maritime Academy and California Polytechnic State University San Luis Obispo. Since the board approved the integration at the November 2024 Board of Trustees meeting, the integration effort has shifted from planning to action. Teams were established, workflows were organized, roles were defined, systems and processes moved forward towards alignment, and momentum grew and is still growing. Following the outline you see here on the screen, we'll begin with an update on the scale and complexity of the integration from President Armstrong. And then next, Cal Poly Vice President Jessica Darren will share key progress to date across operating domains, Then, President Dumont will outline the accountability measures, including goals, milestones, and potential key performance indicators. So with that, I'm going to hand the presentation over to President Armstrong.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Reier, and good morning, trustees. We appreciate the time to provide the board with details on this critical integration project. In July of last year, Chancellor Garcia recommended the integration of the California State University Maritime Academy and California Polytechnic State University San Luis Obispo. Additional discussions followed during the September board meeting, and in November, the CSU Board of Trustees unanimously approved the integration of Cal Maritime and Cal Poly. This allowed the work by the 7 Functional Implementation Team, or FITs, to officially begin. Now and through the end of 2026, teams are fully in action and moving towards the administrative and academic milestones. The integration of 2 historically independent institutions with vastly varied sizes and profiles, distinct programs, policies, and support systems introduces multiple layers of complexity. As you hear from Vice President Darren and President Dumont, please consider the intricate structures, approaches, and processes along with the 250 miles in distance that define these 2 universities. Please know that all involved are following a pragmatic and thoughtful approach to ensure that the integration of students, faculty, and staff remains the focal point of the integration. To expand on this and provide updates to progress since November, I will turn to Vice President Darren.
Thank you, President Armstrong. Our integration team has been working hard to create a plan that aligns the student-centric missions of both institutions while enhancing the overall goals of this integration. Integration project plans are being executed, and the functional implementation team members, also known as FIT members, are working hard to deliver an integrated institution. Notably, these team members have been engaged in structuring the integration and carrying out the associated activities while continuing to maintain excellence in their current day-to-day responsibilities. We thank them for their stewardship, tenacity, and significant contributions to the future of this institution. The leadership structure across the universities has been determined, and successful candidates have been identified to fill the position of Vice President and CEO of the Cal Poly Solano campus, as well as the Superintendent of the Cal Poly Maritime Academy. Dr. Corey Cook, who most recently served as Executive Vice President and Provost at St. Mary's College, will join our team on July 1, 2025 as the Cal Poly Solano campus Vice President and CEO. Rear Admiral retired Eric C. Jones, U.S. Coast Guard, will join our team as the Cal Poly Maritime Academy Superintendent on July 1, 2025. I want to thank President Dumont for his leadership of Cal Maritime, allowing us to get to the place where we are today. We're carefully crafting a new organizational structure for the university and its 2 campuses. We'll be sharing updates over time, as there'll be additional adjustments to the organizational structure as the academic year progresses and new insight is gained. Alignment of the academic departments of the 2 entities will be discussed in the next section. Similarly, significant effort has gone into creating the inventory of contracts such that multiple contracts have been or will soon be consolidated. As an example, Cal Poly Partners, existing vendor for dining services, was engaged to provide services to the 2025 summer sea term at Cal Maritime, with a cost savings expected upward of $300,000. This work is ongoing as we manage these contracts associated with administrative operations, facilities, infrastructure, and technology across both campuses. A key driver of our cross-campus collaboration is technology enablement. Our teams have successfully completed a Microsoft directory synchronization and network integration for staff and faculty across both campuses. This foundational effort ensures that maritime personnel will have the necessary access to Cal Poly systems, paving the way for a seamless transition toward a unified singular campus. Strategic enrollment management efforts have focused on creating a smooth enrollment process across campuses. The Cal Poly Strategic Enrollment and University Communications and Marketing teams have worked collaboratively to update marketing and communication plans as well as social media channels to increasingly leverage Cal Poly's broader band presence and to elevate visibility and begin unifying communications under a single university. As stated in the November board meeting, our recruiting and marketing efforts will focus on Cal Poly and the future Cal Poly Maritime Academy. As of today, 303 students have accepted offers of admission to the Solano campus, compared to the 188 acceptances at the same time last year, which is a 61% increase. A 61% increase. We'll share some additional details on academic programs and curriculum in subsequent slides, but it's very important to state the work towards a unified plan and procedure for retention, promotion, and tenure, RPT, is underway. A joint effort with the California Faculty Association through multiple meet and confer sessions is nearing completion and anticipated to take effect during the 2025-26 academic year. A separate unified plan for RPT, beginning in fall 2026 and beyond, is also near finalization. On May 2nd, we received news that WASC Senior College and University Commission, or WASCOC, has recognized and approved the Cal Poly Solano campus as an additional location of Cal Poly, and approved the current programs offered by the Cal Poly Maritime Academy to be offered by Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Receiving accreditation approval from WASCOC is a major milestone, and it paves the way for future steps in the integration process. We'd like to acknowledge the excellent work done by the accreditation FIT, which is led by Dr. Graham Benton from Cal Maritime and Dr. Daniel Gracian from Cal Poly. Now, to share more on the excellent work regarding department and college alignment and faculty and student governance, I'll turn it back to President Armstrong.
Thank you, Vice President Darren. Let me also offer my congratulations to Dr. Cook and Admiral Jones, and my deep appreciation and thanks to President Dumont. We have finalized a plan to integrate Cal Maritime academic departments with Cal Poly departments effective fall of 2025. The mapping efforts have revealed more synergies than redundancies, with only a limited overlap of academic programs for the integration. A key step before curricular review development and integration is the alignment of the faculty and departments. This slide depicts how the Cal Maritime departments will be integrated into respective Cal Poly departments and colleges. As shown in the first section, the mechanical engineering departments will be integrated, while engineering technology will remain a standalone department at the Cal Poly Solano campus within the College of Engineering. Two other departments will also remain as standalone departments. The integration involves 5 of the 6 colleges at Cal Poly. A comprehensive list of intersecting academic affairs units and initiatives at both campuses has been compiled. Recommendations have been developed and are under review for bridging these units and initiatives during the 2025-26 academic year and for fully integrating them by the beginning of the fall 26 semester. A key guiding principle is that the U.S. Coast Guard licensed track degree programs will remain unchanged. As a reminder, all students will be Cal Poly students in the fall of 26. The 26-28 course catalog will reflect a fully integrated academic portfolio. 2 exceptional accomplishments in the integration process involve our faculty and student governance. These groups representing both universities are working collaboratively to create a bridge year as they each become one leadership structure. In March, the Cal Poly Academic Senate approved a resolution to integrate Cal Poly Solano faculty into the Academic Senate with a plan spanning July 1, 2025 until June 30th, 26. During this time, the Academic Senate will convene as an ad hoc shared governance committee tasked with developing long-term shared governance plans for the integrated campus. In April, the Cal Maritime Faculty Senate passed a resolution to merge with the Cal Poly Academic Senate on July 1, 2025. Similarly, student governance has made progress in supporting a smooth and effective transition between Cal Maritime's Associated Students, or ASCMA, and Cal Poly's Associated Students Incorporated, or ASI. A transitional governance period has been thoughtfully designed to ensure continuity, representation, and shared leadership through the integration process. An ad hoc committee has been tasked to establish a shared leadership model that guarantees balanced representation between the student bodies with a unified ASI structure. Finally, plans have been created and the work has begun on the integration of the campus foundations and alumni associations. We thank these groups for their dedication and innovation as they are setting the bar high for future work and cooperation. With that, I turn the presentation over to President Dumont to discuss accountability measures.
Thank you, President Armstrong, and good morning, members of the Board of Trustees. Our teams are now focusing on how to measure the success of this integration by aligning on key performance indicators, what we've called KPIs. Focused on a student-centered approach, these KPIs will ensure we're moving in a direction that benefits the future of both universities, their student populations, and the California State University system. In our November presentation to the board, we shared a draft of our key areas of focus and have continued to evolve them as we've learned more about what the integration will require and how we can best track success. Integration leadership has aligned on 8 key themes that anchor our efforts to our goals and the KPIs. They are leadership, enrollment, inclusive excellence and student success, administrative optimization, infrastructure management, curricular development, accreditation, and financial sustainability. Our FIT teams have been further breaking down these key themes and establishing key goals that are intentionally aligned to a specific theme. Examples of key performance indicators have also been added to these goals to ensure greater accountability and insight into progress. Through our leadership appointments, we aim to create connectivity at the campus level, fostering shared ideas, needs, and strengths. Our search process resulted in national, high-caliber candidates participating in the search process. We included voices from both campuses as candidates visited each unique location to learn more about faculty, staff, and the students that make up Cal Poly and Cal Maritime communities. We will continue to foster a culture of cross-collaboration that includes engagement of our faculty, staff, students, and stakeholders as we move forward. On behalf of the entire Cal Maritime community, I am pleased to offer congratulations to Dr. Cook and to Admiral Jones. Strengthening our enrollment and retention year over year is a major focus of our enrollment efforts, with a keen eye on the licensed track degree programs. We will track and seek to increase our overall enrollment 10% per year over the next 5 years. We will also increase applications, yield, and retention. Increasing financial aid to continuing and first-year students at the Cal Poly Maritime Academy and the Cal Poly Solano campus will be a key contributor to these results. Collectively, these efforts will result in an annual increase of 1.5% for graduation rates at the Cal Poly Maritime Academy within the first 5 years. We're also working out details to provide financial aid and scholarships to a limited number of students from 5 Pacific-facing states, as well as 2 U.S. territories. As we move forward with integration, our goal is to create a campus environment that fosters student success and ensures equitable access for all. To support this, we will leverage the Cal Poly financial aid model, expand other forms of student assistance, and strengthen philanthropic support to increase access for all Californians. Furthermore, we will support faculty and staff by working to increase participation in professional development programs that promote all aspects of student success. Enhancing our campus operational systems, structures, and resources will have a direct impact on student success. By creating or realigning positions that complement the needs of the Cal Poly Solano campus and the Cal Poly Maritime Academy, and employing all applicable modalities such as in-person, hybrid, and remote, we will enhance and optimize efficiencies across the campuses. This includes administrative services at the Cal Poly Mustang Business Park, an off-site facility that will service both campuses. The process of consolidating budgets and reducing duplication is already underway, and we will continue to expand these administrative efficiencies moving forward. At the same time, we will update asset inventories at the Cal Poly Solano campus, including the Cal Poly Maritime Academy, in order to better assess renewal and replacement needs. In terms of infrastructure, there are many exciting things on the horizon at the Cal Poly Solano campus, such as construction of the new pier and the arrival of the new training ship Golden State. As president of Cal Maritime, I have submitted a formal request to congressional appropriators for an increase in the federal cost share for the pier renovation project from 80% to 90%. I highlighted the financial challenges that Cal Maritime is currently encountering as reasons for consideration. These challenges include declining enrollment, rising inflationary costs for goods and services, increases in labor expenses, budget cuts, and depletion of campus reserves. We hope to have a decision in the coming weeks. This increase in federal support and funding will be an asset as we keep the pier renovation project on schedule to eliminate risk of increased cost associated with any construction delay. Among KPIs, growing enrollment, particularly in the licensed track programs, is of paramount importance. Deferred maintenance and an insufficient number of beds on campus must be remedied if we are to be successful in increasing enrollment through recruitment and retention of students. We are working with CSU to renovate existing housing and construct new housing as soon as possible. As President Armstrong shared earlier, we've made a great deal of progress towards aligning our departments and faculty into colleges at Cal Poly. Our efforts are focused on helping students build the skills needed for today's workforce by strengthening high-impact learning experiences, improving graduation rates, and time to degree at the Cal Poly Maritime Academy and Solano campus, and continuing to raise the national and international awareness of our high-demand programs. As already noted, accreditation is a cornerstone of this work. We will ensure all eligible programs are accredited and marketed effectively as a singular campus starting this July, and all students enrolled as Cal Poly students by fall of 2026. One of the primary drivers of this integration was to strengthen the financial sustainability of the Cal Poly Solano campus and the Cal Poly Maritime Academy, and utilize the strength in enrollment, programs, and diversified revenue streams to increase revenue while also using optimization and operational efficiencies to achieve a deeper level of cost savings. Incorporating a baseline stewardship of resources, optimizing service delivery models, and strengthening financial structures at the Cal Poly Solano campus will positively impact annual revenue received. With that, I turn to President Armstrong for additional remarks.
Thank you, President Dumont. In prior board discussions, significant focus has been on engagement with faculty and engagement with students. Regarding student-centered engagement relative to the engagement, we have rallied behind key student leaders from both campuses and formal student leadership roles to assist in understanding the voice of the student. As we get closer to academic integration in 2026, increased focus will be applied to student communication and overall engagement. I want to thank ASCMA Student Body President for the last academic year, Nikhil Hunter, and Cal Poly ASI President Ashley Spraggins for their outstanding leadership and commitment to the integration during their terms this academic year. Regarding faculty, we have formalized a faculty liaison role led by Dr. Rachel Fern-Flores with significant outreach and communication, including working sessions between faculty leadership across the two institutions in March. We are grateful to Dr. Fern-Flores as well as Dr. Jerusha Greenwood, Cal Poly Academic Senate Chair, and Dr. Sarah Sank, Cal Maritime Faculty Senate Chair, for their outstanding collaboration and leadership. Similar to student engagement, as we get closer to the academic integration in 2026, increased focus will be applied to faculty communication and overall engagement with faculty. In conclusion, progress made towards the integration has been significant, but a great deal of work remains. I commend the efforts of the respective academic and faculty senates, our student leaders, and the work of our functional integration teams. We have witnessed our systemness superpower in action as we have approached every challenge and orchestrated a thoughtful, structured, and student-focused approach, and we have done this together as two campuses integrating into one. We remain committed to accountability and transparency, with representatives from both universities coming together with unwavering support throughout the process, and we expect this support to continue growing over the next several years. Our milestones and plans are designed to ensure long-term success for both universities and especially our students and cadets. Our path is clear, our course is charted, everyone is on board, including our mascot, Musty the Mariner is on board. And please note, this is only Musty the Mariner in draft form. It's not a launch of a rebranding or colors. That will all come later. With that, I would add, I know on behalf of all the presidents, Steve Reier, we really appreciate all that you have done. And with that, I turn it back to you.
Oh, thank you, President Armstrong. I love Musty the Mariner. That's terrific. I also want to thank President Dumont and Vice President Darren. As was just shared and you heard, the amount of work and engagement and consultation that has occurred and will continue to develop over the next few years is really extensive. And I'd like to add my thanks to all the students, faculty, and staff who've been involved for their contributions and commitment to a better path forward for both of these universities. I do want to emphasize and acknowledge the strong leadership of President Armstrong, President Dumont, and Vice President Darren in this endeavor. President Arambula, that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to address any questions.
I'm going to take the President Arambula. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Musty the Mariner might be the most popular Halloween costume that you have between your two campuses next year. With a reminder that we're working to get back on time, I'll make two comments and then see if there are any others. It was July of a year ago when we first began to talk about this work. The other option was for us to do nothing and to lose a valuable, desperately needed resource and gem within our system. It was the leadership of the Chancellor, Interim Chancellor Kester, alongside of these presidents and Steve, that brought us this really consequential decision. This board took the next step, but this big hard work was then hundreds and thousands of people in the making. It was faculty members thinking about how do we bring these across. It was academic senates across two campuses. It was ASIs across two campuses. It was staff across multiple campuses and within the Chancellor's office. When we cannot do big, hard things, the public loses trust in us to do even the little things. And this is a big, hard thing. I'm so deeply proud of the work that was led by so many that got us to this point. It is both meeting a need, serving the students, and rebuilding trust that we are ready to do this important hard work. Jessica, to hear that we increased by 61% in this first year is a sign that we are on the right path to rebuilding the strength of this amazing campus and everything it has to offer for students in our region. And the last thing I'll say before I see if any others, I deeply appreciated the 8 topic areas. I know that this is something that we as a board asked for, but the clarity of this is what success looks like and here's how we're measuring up against it today gives me complete confidence that we are staying focused on the right things. Not that we've gotten to the finish line, but that we're continuing to move in the right direction. So huge appreciation for the clarity and simplicity of what I know is an incredibly complex endeavor. With that, any questions or comments from my fellow trustees? Jack?
I'm going to really put this into an asterisk, what he said. This is just outstanding. And President Dumont, you in particular, you came into a situation that was extremely difficult. and you have led with strength and integrity, and for that we'll ever be in your debt. And with regard to President Armstrong, once again, just terrific. Vice President Darden, just beautifully done. Thank you.
Hey, there we go.
That's great.
All right. So item number 3, you have a lot to live up to here. We just got a standing ovation for item 2, so let's see if we can keep it going. Item 3 is an information item providing an update on the CSU Strategic Work Group on Financial Aid. This item will be presented by Nathan Evans, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Chief Academic Officer, April Gromo, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Strategic Enrollment Management, and Dwayne Cantrell, Vice President of Strategic Enrollment Management and Student Support at CSU Bakersfield. DVC Evans, take it away.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula. As we discussed during the item on strategic enrollment planning, higher education in the CSU is in a period of significant change, driven by multiple factors, both external and internal, that compel us to rethink the ways we support students and the practices that enable that work. As you've heard, these themes are emerging in multiple facets of our strategic planning efforts, and more than ever, we need to create more consistent and efficient financial aid experiences for all students across the entire system. The CSU Strategic Work Group on Financial Aid presented a detailed update to the board in January 2024. At that time, the work group requested the board's endorsement of a set of fundamental principles and a policy framework to guide future financial aid disbursement practices across the CSU and to provide the basis for the development of a detailed system-wide financial aid policy. The financial aid work group itself was an outcome of the 2023 adoption of a new tuition policy that reframed affordability in the CSU as addressing a student's total cost of attendance, not just tuition, and also affirmed our commitment to its institutional financial aid program, the State University Grant. Today, we'll share a concluding summary of the work that's been completed and outline some of the tasks undertaken. But before delving into the details of this update, it's important to reflect on the tremendous role financial aid plays in ensuring that students are able to afford a CSU education. In academic year 23-24, close to 369,000 CSU students received more than $4.9 billion in financial assistance, nearly 8 in 10 of the CSU's undergraduate students. In short, the CSU's financial aid programs are a critical component in maintaining both access and affordability. And at the same time, the board and our financial aid work group challenge us to do even better. Dr. April Gromo, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Strategic Enrollment Management, will begin by sharing progress the work group has made and what lies ahead. AVC Gromo?
Thank you, DVC Evans. The convening of the CSU Strategic Work Group on Financial Aid came as a result of recommendations made by the Sustainable Financial Model Work Group, which presented its final report in May 2023. The Strategic Work Group on Financial Aid was established in June 2023 and was charged with recommending a comprehensive financial aid strategy and policy for the CSU, developing an implementation plan to ensure that universities are equipped with the procedural requirements, infrastructure, and flexibility to make student-by-student adjustments within a set of consistent parameters, and linking the policy to a clear message to Californians about the CSU's affordability. In June 2024, the Board of Trustees approved a resolution that included 6 guiding principles for the CSU student financial aid policy. These principles, summarized on the screen, were shaped by the work group's efforts. They emerged from the group's first charge to recommend comprehensive financial aid strategy for the CSU. Through data analysis, financial modeling, and thoughtful reflection on the CSU's core values, the work group examined the fiscal trade-offs needed to advance system-wide goals. This work is part of the CSU's broader effort to enhance the impact of financial aid. I'm pleased to share the progress made by the Strategic Work Group on Financial Aid in reimagining financial aid across the system. The guiding principles have been put into practice through an updated state university grant policy effective for and being phased in with the 25-26 academic year. The revised policy ensures greater consistency in financial aid packaging, also allowing greater flexibility to address the cost of attendance beyond tuition for eligible undergraduate students. The policy also adjusts the campus allocation model to ensure that post-baccalaureate awards are proportional to the share of post-baccalaureate and graduate tuition revenue collected, and during this period of transition ensures that continuing students who previously received a state university grant will continue to have access. We are optimistic that these changes will support students with the greatest financial need and will support system-wide enrollment, retention, and student success goals as resources allow. As the work group progressed, it became clear that providing timely, effective support to students required streamlining processes. To that end, the Chancellor's Office partnered to implement new financial aid and communication tools system-wide, which allows students to easily upload financial aid documents and to receive clear, accessible financial aid notifications. These tools help the CSU campuses align with the guidelines of the College Cost Transparency Initiative, enabling students and families to compare financial aid offers and total cost across institutions, including within the CSU system. We also adopted a next-gen scholarship manager to automate and simplify the scholarship application process. Aligned with the CSU's emerging student success framework, the Strategic Enrollment Management Plan, and multi-campus collaborations, we are exploring opportunities to centralize and regionalize financial aid technology and back office processes. This summer, we will have some initial recommendations on technology alignment, a multi-campus services model, and a draft implementation plan. Centralized operations would enable more consistent, student-centered service and shared operational efficiencies across universities. The work group is currently working toward a clear, consistent message to Californians about the affordability and value of a CSU education. These discussions have allowed us to examine the affordability and value messaging of colleges and universities across the country. Our messaging will be informed by elements of the CSU strategic plan, the new student success framework, and the strategic enrollment management plan. Once messaging is finalized, we can amplify the CSU's affordability through a targeted multi-channel strategy, leveraging digital campaigns, counselor engagement, student and parent communications, and optimized web content. To share a campus perspective on the impact of our work, I would like to hand the presentation over to Dr. Dwayne Cantrell, Vice President for Strategic Enrollment Management and Student Support at CSU Bakersfield, and a member of the Financial Aid Work Group. Vice President Cantrell.
Thank you, AVC Gromo. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for giving me the privilege of sharing with you today. Financial aid is an important topic. The data are important. The policies and procedures are important, and certainly the dollars are important. But behind every data point, every policy, every procedure, and every dollar is the life of a student and the family and community they represent. It is not hyperbole for me to say that the ability for a student in need to receive adequate financial aid or not can impact their life trajectory. I represent CSU Bakersfield, where we serve predominantly the San Joaquin Valley region of California, especially Kern County. Nearly 90% of students who attend CSU Bakersfield receive some form of financial aid. Our campus serves a significant farm working population, low socioeconomic status population, and it is surprising to see annually at our commencement services and ceremonies the consistently high number of first-generation college students in our community. The poverty cycle is very present, and we know that a college degree can break that cycle for students and their families. And this is at the center of the work group. Though there is much discussion about the system-wide unification of communications and consistency within practices among campuses, students, and families for whom financial aid was and is the absolute determinant of ability to attend and persist through college, remain the focus of our work. As we discuss the topic of financial aid, my hope is that every time we state a data point, every time we share a debate, a policy, or a practice, we imagine the face of a student who is at the topic of every discussion and impacted by every decision. I'll now return the presentation to DVC Evans for his concluding remarks.
Thank you, Vice President Cantrell. We appreciate you sharing the story of CSU Bakersfield students and greatly appreciate your contributions to the work group. I'd also like to thank AVC Gromo for allowing us to realize this tremendous work to enhance, streamline, and systematize financial aid policies and procedures across the CSU system. I'm confident that these changes have already resulted and will continue to result in tangible improvements for our students and our financial aid staff at all universities. I would be remiss if I didn't, as I recognize this important work to support CSU students through financial aid, also amplify Chancellor Garcia's comments in a report yesterday regarding the threats to federal student financial aid. Our team in Academic and Student Affairs is working closely with the Office of Federal Relations to both quantify potential impacts and advocate against the proposed changes to Pell Grants and other federal student aid programs. With approximately 80% of CSU students receiving financial aid, our CSU alumni and our current students exemplify the transformative power of financial aid in supporting students to achieve their dreams. We look forward to releasing the final summary report from the Strategic Work Group this summer. I want to acknowledge and appreciate Trustee Gilbert-Lurie and previously Trustee Rodriguez for their contributions to the work group, and to deeply, deeply thank Trustee Lopez for her leadership as co-chair of the work group. Chair Rambill, this concludes our presentation. I suspect Trustee Lopez may have a few of her own reflections to offer, and we'd welcome any comments or questions from the trustees at this time.
Appreciate all of the work, and also appreciate the handoff. Julia, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, I said I didn't set it up, but he knows me. First of all, deep, deep appreciation to you, Nathan, to April, to Noelia, and especially to all the frontline staff of the all the financial aid offices in the campuses. I mean, these last 2 years have been nothing but storms and hurricanes and, just a horrendous time. And yet, the results speak for themselves. 8 out of 10 of our students get financial aid. 65% don't even have student debt. I mean, we are doing what we're supposed to do. And I just want to remind everybody, this task force came out of the Financial Sustainability Report because it was as a result of that report that we said we need to increase tuition. And there was a real serious concern about how that would impact affordability. And that's where we said we need to really up our game on financial aid and make sure that we do not just what we've been doing, but even better. And what you hear today is there's been a lot that has been done already, thanks to the work of the staff and the different campuses. So deep, deep appreciation. I think that this work will continue. The task force, we're disbanding. It's really, we're handing this back to Nathan and the staff to continue the work with the campuses and so forth. But I also want to say one of the important outcomes, I think, of this work is that we elevated the importance of financial aid, not just for this board, but also in terms of the campuses. It's no longer a backwater. It is something that is a priority for everybody. And even though there won't be a task force, we will continue to keep tabs on the progress that's being made. So thank you. I just wanted to, again, express my deep, deep appreciation for the great work. And Dwayne, by the way, has always been the spokesperson for that student in every conversation we've had. So thank you.
Trustee Gilbert-Lurie.
I also want to extend my appreciation to DVC Evans and Trustee Lopez and the task force. It was a great learning experience for me, and I was inspired by all the thought and care that went into the conversation. I guess what I'm happy the task force is disbanding, because it means we've accomplished what we set out to do, but I'm wary that sort of the great aspiration doesn't get fully translated. And so I guess my requests are that, first of all, we hear an update a year from now as to the status of the implementation. And, I'm still wary of sort of the disconnect between the aspirations, even when we say the CSU is affordable to any student who wants to attend. And we talk about affordability, and clearly what we hear from a lot of comments, it doesn't feel still affordable to all of our students. And so, and I think we could talk about relative affordability. I think we could talk about, that we could talk about a goal that any student who's qualified can attend a CSU, and that we are relatively affordable. But affordable is sort of still a qualitative word. I would like to see still a spirit of what this is going to take, which is extreme, resources and effort on all the campuses to translate financial aid policy, which is not going to probably get extremely easier to translate, to our students, so that we continue to demystify it, and that campuses, that the universities are letting us know where they're still feeling a disconnect and an anxiety about affordability.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes, thanks, Trustee Gilbert-Lurie. I agree with you that we need to keep this front and center. I'm not as worried about that, in part because we have, as a board, we have these processes, a big strategic plan, a student success plan that has affordability at its center. And very soon we're going to start talking about metrics that we then begin to follow, not just on financial aid, but on student success and some other things as part of the broader strategic plan. And we should then follow that year in and year out, rather than have, one report about, or a task force on. We're beginning to integrate this, I think, under the umbrella of the strategic plan. And believe me, I won't let it go, for sure. So, and they know it. But the point is, I think we are finally building the structures for this board to do the ongoing oversight and support of what needs to happen for students. The big issue, by the way, I just have to say this, the big issue is always resources. Affordability is not tuition. That's not the issue. And it really is about how we manage to figure out what resources we can use to lower the cost of other costs of attendance. That's the big challenge yet to be tackled. So, thank you.
Yeah, Chancellor Garcia.
First of all, I won't let it go either. I know that DVC Evans and DVC Perez knows that this is very dear and near to my heart. But I think there's one other step we have to take. This morning I was speaking to a parking attendant who was very proud that his daughter, who is an honors student, is going to Cal State Long Beach, and asked me about financial aid in Spanish. I think what we have to do is to take these new policies and communicate them clearly in multiple languages so that our families understand the changes that we are making in financial aid. I mean, it touched my heart. He showed me the picture and her certificate, and he said, tell me, what's the state grant and what's this tuition grant, and how does that work? So we have to do a better job in communicating to families who are very proud that their learners, their family members are going to college. And I think that's the next step. Vice Chancellor Sachs as we move forward.
Great. I hope what you have heard is deep appreciation for all of the work that we've done here at the Chancellor's Office that's happening on each one of our campuses, and a continued commitment. I will remind to my fellow trustees, just like Julie was saying, this all folds in. So rather than one-off reports on one-off pieces, this is a bigger part of our strategic plan. This is a bigger piece. That's why strategic enrollment management. That's why the financial aid work group. That's why the year of engagement all are part of this broader piece. And so as we continue to ask questions, we should about when do we follow up, but let's actually hold ourselves to account on saying, okay, these all fit together. Are we doing the things we said we would do? Those are the inputs. Are those leading to the outputs we thought they would? And is that changing the felt experience for students on campus? Because those are the things we deeply care about, and having a more holistic view of all of those together. This is a huge, huge piece of it, and completely agree that as we continue to move forward, now the next step is the 125,000 number. I'm ready to go make a t-shirt and just say, let's start getting that out loudly and proudly. So with that, Chair Clark, that concludes the business of the Joint Committee on Educational Policy and Finance.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Whoops. Thank you, Vice Chair Rambulo. Now, Trustee Lopez, would you please convene the Committee on Finance?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the meeting of the Committee on Finance please come to order? We have a consent agenda with 4 items. The minutes, of course, but we also have 2 items to issue revenue bonds for projects at Cal Poly and San Jose, projects we've reviewed and approved, and now we got to get the money out. And then an update on the multi-university collaborative on admin and cost reduction, which we put on consent agenda, not because it's not important. And I hope you all had a chance to read it. And I just want to say, if you look at it, they're beginning to identify substantial savings through that process. They've identified savings around roughly $24 million from energy, procurement, insurance, and also ongoing savings of $6 million in labor time and $4 million in actually cost avoidance, and maybe another $20 million in projected savings of one time. So it's working. So I commend it to you to read it, even though we put it on the consent agenda, but in the interest of time, we have 4 other items. So I just put it there. Would anybody like to take any of these items off the consent agenda? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve all the items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any objections to approving the consent agenda? Consent agenda is approved. So now we're going to the rest of the agenda. We have 4 items on the discussion agenda. Item 5 is an action agenda requiring approval of the 25-26 lottery budget and report. This item is going to be presented by EVC Steve Reier and Ryan Storm, AVC Budget and Advocacy.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Lopez. Each year we do come to the board to approve the annual lottery budget, and the proposed lottery budget for the 25-26 year is presented here in this item for the board's review and approval. A key objective of today's presentation is ensuring transparent, compliant, and effective management of lottery funds throughout the CSU. The Cal State University receives these funds from the state of California each year to supplement state-funded educational programs at the system level and on every campus in the system, requiring careful oversight to maximize their educational impact. So we have 4 items within this item today to talk about. First, we're going to review the framework and restrictions on the use of lottery funds. Second, we'll present the report of actual lottery revenues and expenses for the 23-24 year. Third, we'll present the proposed 25-26 lottery budget. And then finally, we'll outline the multi-year plan for using carryover lottery funds. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ryan Storm, our Assistant Vice Chancellor, who will present the details of the lottery budget. Ryan.
Thank you, Steve. The California State Lottery Act and its guidelines were established in 1984. This act permitted the use of lottery ticket revenue for public educational purposes. Lottery funds can only be used to supplement state-funded educational programs, and the CSU has created guidelines to ensure that lottery funds are used properly and only on allowable items. Here are some of the prohibitions on the use of lottery funds. The acquisition of real property and the financing of research are some of those. With a total budget of $70 million per year, lottery funds represent less than 1% of the CSU's operating fund. Traditionally, each year, the Board of Trustees approves the lottery budget that follows both the CSU guidelines and the Lottery Act requirements. But the board's approval is not required because the standing orders of the Board of Trustees authorize the Chancellor to develop and oversee the budgeting, deposit, control, investment, and expenditure of all funds, including lottery funds. So here is our report, as Steve mentioned, on the 23-24 lottery fund budget and actual expenditures. And this was included in your board materials. Starting at the top, you can see that the beginning balance is almost $114 million. There are two reasons for this balance. The first reason is multiple years of conservative budgeting. The second reason is actual lottery revenues exceeding our expectations over the past several years. For instance, the actual revenue in 23-24 was more than $13 million higher than budgeted revenue. Now in the middle are several programs that have been regularly supported by lottery funds. The largest use of funds is by campuses on their local priorities. Also, please note that actual expenditures are lower in some instances and higher in others. That is a typical occurrence. There are several instances where not as much funding was needed as originally budgeted. The Dream Loan program is an example of this. Across the system, demand by Dreamer students for this type of student loan is not as strong as originally predicted. Also, there are several instances where more funding was needed than originally budgeted, and carryover funds from prior years were used by campuses or the Chancellor's office for those budgeted purposes. In total, the CSU spent about $1 million more on these programs than the $62 million originally budgeted. Now, near the bottom is the system-wide technology program line item, where $20 million was spent in 23-24, but was not budgeted. During the year, several expenditures were made to support the Common Network Initiative Program, or we call it CNI. So the CNI program refreshes and updates the hardware, the software, and communications infrastructure at each campus on a 5-year cycle. In the past, these networking costs were significantly lower and supported by the CSU operating fund. However, costs have increased and the operating fund is limited. And with available carryover lottery funds, it made sense to utilize one-time lottery funds to support the very important CNI program. As you'll see later, we have a plan to continue the strategic use of those carryover funds. And then at the very bottom is the ending balance of $112 million. We'll circle back to this in a few moments as well. Okay, I think we need to just go back one slide. There we go, thank you. So I just finished the report on last year's lottery budget and spend. So this slide is the reason for this action today. It is the 25-26 proposed lottery budget for your consideration and potential action. This information is also included in your materials. To help you, we included the 24-25 budget adopted by the trustees last year. That information in the center column is there for for context. We will focus on the far right column, the proposed amounts for 25-26. Like the last slide, we'll start at the top and we'll work our way down. Along the way, I will highlight some items. So first, we estimate lottery revenue will be $70 million in 25-26. We propose eliminating a contingency reserve because our revenue estimate is a conservative one and because of the current system fund balance. We propose strategically increasing the system-wide library digital collections by $3.3 million to expand and maintain access to collections and take advantage of system-wide economies of scale. In March, the Chancellor's Office announced the conclusion of the Systems Summer Arts Program due to campuses enhancing their student opportunities in the arts and a resulting decline in interest in this system-wide program. Consequently, we proposed redirecting $1.5 million to student success initiatives identified through the Year of Engagement effort. We also recommend establishing a baseline budget of $3 million for the statewide technology program to support the 5-year refresh for the C&I program across all the universities. More funding could be needed, and we could supplement the baseline budget with one-time carryover funds. We also propose reallocating $1.4 million to other priority initiatives from the DREAM Loan and the Supportive Pathways program, which is a line item under campus financial aid. As noted earlier, expenditures for both programs are less than originally predicted. If there is more funding, tongue twister for some reason. If there is a need for more funding than budgeted in these areas during the fiscal year, we could augment the programs with one-time carryover funds. And we would maintain administrative costs at roughly 1% as proposed in the budget. So altogether, we recommend a lottery budget of $70 million for 25-26. All right. So earlier I promised to circle back to these carryover balances I mentioned. So the CSU has accumulated, like I said, approximately $112 million in one-time carryover funds as of June 30th, 2024. This table reflects details of the carryover funds and their designations. As you can see, the $112 million is split between the universities and the system, and some amounts are committed while others are available for other uses. So I just had circled on the slide there the $55 million of system-wide one-time funds that staff proposed to be used to supplement state-funded educational programs over the next 5 years. So here's the detail of that multi-year plan. This is the fourth of 4 items that Steve mentioned that we would cover today. So this is the multi-year plan for the use of that $55 million system-wide one-time carryover over the next 5 years. So the plan focuses on 3 primary areas aligned with a supplemental educational purpose. These areas are prioritized because there has been, and likely will continue to be, a need to invest more in these areas. So they are technology infrastructure enhancements. This area would modernize the digital capabilities across the system to enhance educational delivery and efficiency. We also have innovation for educational programs as one of the areas. It would develop cutting-edge academic initiatives that expand learning opportunities. And then last but not least, student completion and affordability. This area would focus on removing financial barriers and accelerating degree completion. So to ensure fiscal sustainability, the plan would maintain $8.5 million or 3 months worth of operations in system reserves. Staff will report to the board each year those carryover balances, and Steve will conclude the presentation now.
Thanks, Ryan, and we hope that this presentation has provided some helpful information on the lottery fund. Trustee Lopez, that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Steve, Ryan. Let me turn and see if there are any comments or questions. Trustee Malakar?
Thank you so much, Trustee Lopez. I have 2 questions. Thank you so much to EVC Reier and ABC Storm.
Pardon me. You're welcome to observe our deliberations, but please respect the members of this public body and the other members of the audience who are here to observe the meeting. Should you continue to disrupt, we will recess and have the auditorium cleared. There will not be another warning. Those causing the disruption will not be readmitted today. Every effort will be made to readmit others. We will take a 5-minute recess to clear the audience.
8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees.
Thank you. We're back on the lottery item. Just to remind everybody, this was pulled off consent last time, and we thought we'd bring it back because there were questions that were raised that I think Trustee Melikar has at least a couple here that.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez, and thank you, EVC Reier and AVC Storm, for your presentation. Really appreciate the information with lottery funds offering supplemental support to enhance academic and student success initiatives for the CSU system. My two questions are straightforward, and the first one is, what percentage or amount of the lottery budget is allocated toward academic enrichment versus administrative functions? And my second question has to do with, how does the allocation process of the lottery funds ensure equity across campuses of varying size and student need? Those would be my two questions, and those are questions that I've received from faculty throughout the system, which is why I'm asking them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Melchar. I'll refer to Ryan to address those two questions.
Sure, yeah. In terms of the amount that's allocated for academic enrichment, we estimate that to be about 84% of the lottery funds are for that purpose. Compare that to about 1.3% for administrative costs. The difference is between the balance of the 100% is tied up in system-wide partnerships and technology of about 6%. And then we have student financial aid and loans at about 9%. So that's the breakdown. But the preponderance of the funding is along the lines of that academic enrichment question that you had posed. On the second question related to how is funding equitably allocated across the system, what we do is we allocate funding on a per resident student equivalent in terms of target. Mm-hmm. So there's a dollar amount per target per campus. So it's just consistent across the system. So for however many students you are planning or should plan to enroll, that's the amount of money you would receive on a per student basis. So I hope that's helpful.
That is very helpful. Can I ask one follow-up question? So the 84% of the lottery funds that go into academic enrichment, and based on how those funds are allocated to the campuses have autonomy on how they wish to spend it then?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
And I'll just add autonomy within parameters. So not full autonomy, but within the kind of statutory parameters of what you can use it for. So there's a lot of things you can't use lottery funds for. So within those parameters, then they have the autonomy.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments, questions?
Could I just
Trustee Keller?
Yeah, just on that 70 million, is that a static number that we just get out? It changes every year, or how does that work?
Yes, and like I mentioned, we've been in a way chasing the revenue that has been we've been receiving from the CSU each year. Right now, we still are, I would say, conservatively budgeting about $70 million for the entire program. It's up from the prior year. And like I mentioned before, revenue did do a little bit of a spike in that the past year. So, but that's roughly it. We want to be conservative with it, obviously, with a multi-year plan where we would be investing more, with a lot of it predominantly towards technology. Want to play it a little bit safer, but we're going to be aggressive over the next 5 years in terms of spending down that balance.
Well, seeing no other questions or comments, I neglected to ask for a motion before we began discussion. So now that we've discussed it, may I have a motion to approve the 25-26 lottery budget and report?
So moved. Second.
Okay, only committee members may vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Great. Okay, now we move on to item 6. This is another information item on the operating budget update. This item again will be presented by Steve and Ryan.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Lopez. And as Trustee Lopez said, this presentation is an update on the 25-26 operating budget. We're going to cover two main areas here. First, we're going to discuss the current condition of the CSU budget. And then secondly, we'll provide an update on the latest 25-26 state budget proposal from the governor and the likely consequences for CSU. Between now and the beginning of the 25-26 fiscal year, there are two critical budget tasks. First, we must finish with a strong push on budget advocacy, as we talked about yesterday and earlier today. And that advocacy has to be centered on no cuts to the CSU and a continued investment in the university. Secondly, if the final state budget agreement includes a cut, the Chancellor's Office and the 23 universities will continue to implement reduction plans that have been in place for some time. So with that introduction, I'm going to turn it back over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Ryan Storm.
Well, thank you, Steve, for the about 80th time for handing off the presentation to me. I'm not joking. It's about 80 of them that we've done together. So here on the slide is our 25-26 budget timeline. Note the timeline started in July of 2024 with CSU milestones in red and the state's process in gray. The arrow indicates our point in time near the end of that state process with the governor's May revision proposal for 25-26. So the yellow ovals that have just been added to the timeline are summaries of the many CSU engagements with state elected leaders and their key staff that occurred after the trustees adopted the final CSU budget plan back in September, and also after the governor's January budget proposal. We have been very engaged in advocacy work for months, as you heard from the Chancellor and from Nathan Dietrich yesterday. But just to highlight again some recent engagements, we've had over 100 CSU stakeholders participate in CSU Advocacy Day in March. Many trustees participated in CSU Trustee Advocacy Day in April. Also, the Chancellor met with many state leaders just last week. Plus, there have been daily direct advocacy conversations, calls, texts, and meetings over the past 4 months on the CSU's budget and the consequences if our budget is cut or lacks additional investments. So next, I'll briefly recap the current condition of the CSU budget. So as you've heard many times before, the CSU is facing some significant financial challenges right now, due in part to the proposed state budget cut. So this would jeopardize gains in enrollment, graduation rates, and delivery of critical support services. Already, budget shortfalls total $138 million in 23-24 and $218 million in 24-25 across the system because of several things: rising healthcare benefits costs, workforce compensation increases, and a variety of inflationary expenses in those years. In response, the CSU and its universities have taken key actions. As we noted earlier in January, I'll note again just 3 of those. We have 1,430 course sections have been eliminated by 7 universities, representing about 7% course reduction and affecting about 35,000 student seats at those universities. We also have about 1,208 job reductions occurring across 17 universities, and there are 13 universities that have reduced their financial aid, their mental health, and academic counseling employees by an average of about 7.3%. Again, the CSU is in the midst of addressing a significant financial challenge that will worsen if the state cuts the CSU budget. Now I'll share the latest state budget proposal, as you've heard, but it's good to point out again and again that this is last week's governor's May revision and the proposals for the CSU. So I'll get into a little more detail here. Overall, the May revision proposal includes lower than expected state revenue, but significant cost increases, in particular for the Medi-Cal program. And also, the May revision includes a significant use of the state's rainy day reserves to balance the state's plan. The State Department of Finance continues to forecast operational deficits at the May revision all the way through the 28-29 fiscal year. And all of this indicates the state is struggling with balancing program costs and tax revenues over the long term. Yet, and there's a big yet, the May revision takes a significant step in the right direction for the CSU. So here are those details. Even during the state's ongoing fiscal challenges, the Newsom administration prioritized the CSU by trimming the proposed budget cut to 3%, or $144 million ongoing to our state support. This is a significant change compared to the proposed 8% cut, or $375 million in January. We are certainly very grateful for this positive, meaningful change by the governor's administration. Several other items here are unchanged from January, though. The governor's administration will continue to monitor CSU's actions toward meeting compact goals. Also, the May revision includes the deferral of compact funding. Specifically, the 25-26 compact funding of $252 million would be deferred all the way to 27-28, with two one-time payments of $252 million each planned for in 26-27 and 27-28. The budget proposal did not include any mention of ongoing funding for 26-27, which would be the fifth and final year of the original compact. So on these three unchanged items, our position continues to be major concern. We will face pressure to increase spending to fulfill those obligations despite facing a potential cut because the administration has made clear that our obligations under the compact remain, including those related to enrollment growth. Also, the state forecasts multi-billion-dollar deficits each year through 28-29. If deferral payments during those lean years don't materialize, there would be additional rounds of cuts that would destabilize the university. It would harm existing students, faculty, and staff, and reduce the overall size of the system. That would limit student access and opportunities for student success. So on this slide, what we see here is the latest state budget proposal and what it will mean for the university. So this slide shows a summarized view of our 25-26 operating budget request with the governor's May revision layered into it. So here's the overall takeaway. If the May revision proposal is adopted in the final budget act, the CSU would have a $143.6 million ongoing budget gap. That would require a reprioritization of dollars away from the classroom and student services. So let me be more specific. We anticipate a $163.8 million revenue increase because of the tuition rate increase. State university grant costs would increase by $54.6 million per the trustee policy to commit 1/3 of the new tuition revenue to financial aid. The universities will have $109 million of unavoidable increases to baseline commitments like employee health care cost, insurance, and utility increases. The proposed state reduction is $143.8 million. And then you have the result, like I summarized at the beginning, that there would be a budget gap for 25-26 of $143.6 million ongoing. So under this budget cut scenario, we are not out of the woods. We would not invest more in our essential priorities, included in our operating budget request. There would be no new funding available for compensation increases or additional new spending on Title IX or NAGPRA compliance. There would not be new funding for mental health services for our students or facility improvements, and no new funding available to build on the successes of the graduation initiative. Also, the universities and Chancellor's Office would have to make reductions equivalent to that $144 million state budget cut starting July 1st. Even with the governor's proposed change to the cut, this is not a trivial amount of money. $144 million is equivalent to the entire operating budget for CSU Channel Islands. The proposed budget cut, compounded by a deferral, would have profound impacts on the CSU system. Larger class sizes would diminish individual attention and student engagement. Limited course offerings would create barriers for students attempting to complete their degrees on time. Critical support services essential to students' well-being and academic success would face cuts, leaving many without necessary resources. Additionally, layoffs, non-retention, and hiring freezes already underway would escalate, jeopardizing the quality of education and the stability of campus operations. Per the 2023 Sustainable Financial Model Workgroup Report, the CSU is already chronically underfunded. Also, universities that are under-enrolled will continue to experience shortfalls in two ways. One, in tuition revenue, but then also in additional cost pressures. And with that, I think I'll kick it back to Steve to conclude the presentation.
Thank you, Ryan. So, reflecting on what Ryan has said and what you heard earlier today and yesterday, what the Chancellor said yesterday, and these are the next steps as we move forward. The next few weeks are important. We've seen that advocacy matters. It changes things. The voices of the board members, the presidents, our union leaders, our students, our faculty, staff, our alumni, they all make a difference. We've seen that now. And so we've got a few more weeks to try to move the needle on this. We will finish the budget cycle strongly, advocating against cuts and for the compact funding in 25-26 with the hope of further influencing gubernatorial and legislative decisions that are due in the next few weeks. The Chancellor's Office and the 23 universities will continue to aggressively pursue cost reduction strategies to ensure the long-term financial sustainability for the university. The bottom line is that we stay focused on the more than 460,000 students we serve by delivering high-quality educational experiences and critical support that they deserve. Ryan mentioned 80 times you said that we've done this handoff. Okay, so the reason he said that is this is Ryan's last board meeting. He is leaving the CSU at the end of June. Ryan has been an outstanding and effective leader in advocating for and managing this very complex university budget. During his 11 years in this job, the university's state funding has more than doubled to $5.2 billion. His support work on the tuition restructuring will generate close to $1 billion for the university over that 5-year program, aiding in our goal to achieve greater long-term sustainability. We're grateful to Ryan for his great service and his outstanding commitment to the California State University. Trustee Lopez, that concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions. Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, Steve. And I was going to also mention Ryan's last meeting, but it strikes me, we're going to miss this dynamic duo that has been doing this for so long. And Ryan, really wish you the best in your future endeavors. Wish you well, and thank you very much for your service. And of course, Steve will be celebrating you at the end of the meeting as well. But it will definitely be very different without you two here. So thank you for all the work that you've done. I'll open for questions. I just want to underscore two things. Ryan said it, but I think it's worth really underscoring and saying it again. The first is the compact funding deferrals are a very nice statement of intent, but that's about all they are. The deficits in the state, projected for the state budget, as Ryan said, go over the next 3 or 4 years, the state will continue to be in deficit. Things may change. Yes, we might have a booming stock market, but what is not likely to change in the next 3 years is the uncertainty and the attacks on not only higher education, but on all programs that the states are now being asked to pick up within their budgets by this administration. And Medi-Cal is just only one of them. They're literally transferring costs from the federal government to the states, which will severely impact our budgets in the future. So the compact is not a realistic gamble for us. No matter how many, how much we talk about it, in my opinion, is not. We can't take that gamble. The second thing I just wanted to emphasize, if you go back to your slide, I think it was slide 9, that showed where we are with the budget gap. What this shows, I just wanted to come back to this. Without the tuition increase, we would have twice as large a budget gap and $54 million less in financial aid for our students. So, in some ways, it's helping. We need to advocate for no cuts, for sure, to eliminate that budget gap, because that's what it would do. If we eliminated the budget gap, we didn't have that state reduction, we would be back to essentially maintaining where we are. But I want to emphasize what Ryan also emphasized, I think it was on the next slide. We have enormous cost pressures. Ryan, what does 1% in additional compensation cost us?
Right now, it's about $60 million.
So we have, for every 1% of additional compensation, we would have to find an additional $60 million in cuts across the system. How much did we ask for estimated for the success agenda?
Now you're asking me to remember a little bit ago,
the point is, no cuts will just keep us steady. It will not pay for the things, the pressure that we will feel around compensation, and for the things that we need to do to keep the momentum going on our student success agenda, on meeting student needs that we talked about this morning, basic needs. All those things are really still a big challenge for us. All this is to say is that while we have to stop the cuts for sure, we also need to continue the very difficult work of prioritizing our costs and reducing our costs in the institutions. I know the Chancellor's office is committed to reducing her office for 8%. You all know, you've been doing an amazing job, Presidents. I just want to thank you for that. But we need to continue to keep that going, and we need to just make that really clear. Because for us to fund any compensation increases, any additional programming for things that are priorities, we would need to have those further cost reductions. And I just wanted to make that really, really clear as we have this conversation. So, comments, questions? Trustee Gilbert-Lurie? I'll come around.
Thank you, and EVC Reier and AVC Storm, I want to thank you both. I can't imagine why anyone wouldn't want to stay in these jobs forever, but wish you both the best. I just have a couple additional thoughts. Obviously, hearing Trustee Lopez is always uplifting. First of all, when we talk about the areas that there's no additional funding for, like the Title IX and specifically facilities, Title IX, I just wonder what comes into that calculation about the cost of not funding those areas, right? The longer term costs of the lawsuits and problems that come when we don't fund those areas, and how that gets calculated into cuts. Second, I just want to be sure when we talk about aggressively pursuing cost reduction strategies that we've thought through the way, like the efficiencies and the low-hanging fruit is the easy part, right? Like we obviously want to be as efficient as possible and not have waste. But when we're asking the universities to make these severe cuts, when do we, and we have a strategic plan, but by what plan are we, like, I feel like we still haven't yet come together and say, these are our priorities in making these cuts. And I guess I want to think through, because the universities are doing this incredible job of cutting costs, but are they being done in collaboration with each other to make sure that neighboring universities are not cutting the same programs, that there's a coordination and a collaboration to it, so that we use our systemness to come out of it with a most effective system? And where does that sort of strategy take place, and when can we be part of that? When is the right time for us to have that conversation? Thank you.
I'm going to just say a couple of words and then pass it on to you, Steve, if I could.
Sounds good.
I think those are really good cautions and things to keep top of mind. I would say this: there are no low-hanging fruits anymore. I mean, we've seen that from what we've gone through in up until now. Those cuts, there are no low-hanging fruit. I think the issue is not the cuts at here and there or at the margin. It really is about every campus is prioritizing what must be done and what needs to be done versus what we'd like to do. And I think they've been going through an enormous amount of planning around that. And I think we need to continue to support the presidents as they look at that in their own campuses, to the point of where does this affect the system. We're going to hear next how we're dealing with some of that from a system perspective in a region. But I suspect that that's an example of the third point you raised about how are they looking things across, outside of their institutions and across to other institutions, and how do we get these things to work better, more effectively for the students in a particular place. But Steve, I'll let you.
And first of all, Trustee Gilbert-Larry, I appreciate those questions, and I think Trustee Lopez made all of the critical points. The only thing I would add is that, that the slide that said, we're not out of the woods yet, and it showed an example of, beyond the baseline stuff we don't have a choice on, like turning on the lights, the electricity bill, and, the insurance rates going up, that kind of stuff, which is kind of built in. This here, when we say there's no, these are examples of things where we're not getting additional money for. Now, what will happen in reality is that both at the campus level and at a system level, there will be guidance that says that even though you're cutting, we need to make investments in certain things. So let me give you an example. You mentioned Title IX. The chancellor, when she sent out her allocation letter to the presidents this past year, said, look, this is a tough year. I know you're going to make cuts. You need to invest in Title. Even with those cuts, you're still going to put money into beefing up our Title IX readiness and our response, and the presidents did that. So it just meant they had to make deeper cuts in order to do that. So it's not that we're going to completely ignore these things. These things are important things. Campuses will have, an emergency facility thing happen where they just lost the electrical power to one of their buildings. They're going to have to put some money into that, and means additional cuts. So this is really meant as an example of we don't have incremental resources to address these things. So when we do address them, then we're going to have to do that. Another thing I'll mention very quickly is that the presidents, in addition to the planning that they do with their cabinets, each one of them have a campus budget advisory committee. And those advisory committees have students, faculty, staff, just a broad group of stakeholders who advise that president as to the campus priorities. As they're looking at reductions, what things do we need to invest in? What things do we need to protect What things are most important to this campus? And the answer is going to be different from campus to campus, depending on their local situation, the demographics, and all of that.
Can I just
yes,
clarify
please.
one point? I guess what I'm, and I do appreciate all of this, but at a certain level, I guess the conversation I want to have here at some point too, because we see where things are heading. We see that there's not going to be more resources, that things are going to be more painful before they're less painful. But there are certain things like athletics, right? Just to address an elephant in the room, that it's one thing if everyone's going to make certain cuts in athletic programs and every other program. But what do we represent as a university system and as the finest university public system in the country if connecting mental health with athletics, if that's where we cut across every university? And so where do we make these, where do we sort of infuse these values in line with where we're headed to? And I understand, Chancellor, you're doing that all along the way, but I'm wondering where the trustees, where we have a conversation about those kind of values, or if you feel we already have.
I think, let me begin by saying that our presidents have a very collaborative process in looking at how they cut. Our priorities, for me, is very clear. It's the academic curriculum, student success, and wraparound services for our students. Those are our priorities, and I know for each one of our presidents, they keep that top of mind. If we have to make these kind of cuts, those things get priority, because we are in the business of educating individuals to go off and become engaged citizens in our society. And that everything that we would like to do, unfortunately, has to go. But the reason we hire these amazing presidents is because they have these processes that include their budget committee to go through their budgets. Everyone is different, and how they do that. And then they report to me, of course, of how they're doing that, and they're responsible for the mission of the CSU. And so they are doing this every single day. I know that they are thinking, okay, will it be 3? Will it be 8? What happens when federal government does something to us? All of that, our presidents don't sleep at night, because I know that's what keeps them up. So they are actually doing this on a daily basis. My responsibility is to let you know that they are following that, and that our mission is our core value. Chair Clark, if you want to.
Chair Clark.
So the subject of this discussion is very, very important. And I think, Chancellor, if I might make a suggestion, that at a future presentation, that the board be informed in a little more detail about how these budget committees operate from a, 10,000-foot level. These things, they're incredibly difficult, and I'm extremely sympathetic to the notions that the ideas that I've heard from several trustees of, can't we at least give some broad parameters, some broad ideas? My concern about that is, though, as we saw in one community, that those things, if we were to put them out there, might be used to disrupt, interfere with the decision-making of the various campuses and their stakeholders within those communities. So I think a way to approach the very important concepts that are being expressed here is for the board to understand, because in one university I was exploring, there was a reference to a budget committee. and I had not heard of a particular, I thought it was more the president and their cabinet, but apparently the budget committees include stakeholders from the very communities in which they're situated. And so I think if the board could understand that, that might get us kind of where the assurance that we need. I'll say for the umpteenth time, I'm going to say it hopefully for another year after this. A vote has to be taken later today. I don't take anything for granted. It's vitally important to me, and I believe to the rest of my colleagues, that we actually serve a substantive oversight responsibility. How we do that without starting to push buttons and pull levers is always going to be a very, very challenging sort of thing. And at times we do need to just get an example, just to assure ourselves that things are being done, and I know they're being done with integrity and heart.
Thank you. If I just follow on just really quickly on that, I think, Chair Clark, your notion of a little bit more education for the board would really be welcome. I would also add to that for oversight, I think it would be also, and this, I look at the chancellor, as themes come to emerge, as you're talking to the president, it's not about what's happening in one institution, but as certain themes come up and certain things that might be hot button issues, that we can bring it up to her conversation as a thematic issue that the university, not an institution, but that the university, the CSU, and how it affects us, and I think that's where Trustee Gilbert-Lurie is getting at, is worthy of a conversation at this body. So,
I was going to say I'll try and be quick. I will be quick. Deeper, so thankful both for your longstanding tenure to both of you and for today's presentation. Leslie, I think you're hitting on a really important point, and I just want to call out it's two things. One, which you both named, which is, can we better understand the process that's happening on each of our campuses to get here? I think once we do that, we make sure we don't try and replace that process or from Long Beach dictate, oh, here are the choices you should be making, but just can we understand that process so that we can clearly. But then the second thing you named is the exact next thing we're going to be talking about, which is, might there be ways that we can actually cut dollars without cutting services, which is where the networked approach that we're about to hear from three of our presidents, I think is such a critical first step. And so I just want to get us all excited about that is an example of us leaning into being a system in ways that a cut in one place may not actually be felt by faculty, staff, and students in terms of the experience that folks are having on campus.
I'm going to make it very quick because I know we're running late, but I think the thing to remember also, which is very much tied to Trustee Gilbert-Lurie's question, is one of the most important inputs in the future is going to be the strategic plan. Because that strategic plan, I mean, we're going through a very careful process where we're trying to chart a course of what CSU will look like, say, 5 years from now. Where are we going to put our resources? Where are we going to put our priorities, where our energies? The budget from all the campuses and the system office will follow that strategic plan, and that will mandate where we're going to have to find these cross connections and make those decisions.
Thank you. Trustee Gilbert-Lurie, and then we're going to move on to the next item.
Yes, and I'm really glad to hear about, I'm looking forward to this next item because I know it gets at that, and I know strategic planning gets at this, and I know we're all feel the same thing, but I just want to make sure that when we put all 22, 23, whatever we want to call ourselves together, that we are a system that that doesn't penalize our students first in their families to go to college that because of that we don't say you don't deserve an opportunity to do this in college. We want a full university experience and not have the students penalized for not being as wealthy in this state. We don't want a two-tier tier system. We don't want more of an inequity in the state than already exists. And I think we have to just look at this as we look at cuts so everyone isn't cutting the same types of things. Thank you.
Chair Clark.
Thank you. I'm not going to talk about this item anymore. I just want to do just one thing. Ryan, this is your last meeting, and I just want to say I'll be the first one to admit I'm not an expert on finance. I don't pretend to be. To the extent I have a rudimentary understanding of it, it's been because of you and Steve. And I just want to say thank you, sir. The fact that you're going to be gone is going to be noticed, and we really appreciate what you've done. I'd just like to ask for a round of applause for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for embarrassing me to death. I appreciate it.
It was my pleasure, and Madam Chair, I will shut up now.
I would never shut you up. Thank you, Ryan. We now move to item 7, which is an information item on the establishment of the San Francisco Bay Region Network. And for this item, we'll have Steve Reier, Lynn Mahoney, President of San Francisco State University, Emily Cottrell, President of Sonoma State University, Kathy Sandine, CSU East Bay.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Lopez. So, from our last discussion, you clearly have a sense of the significant financial challenges that CSU faces. One of the ways that we're meeting these challenges, as discussed in the 1923 Sustainable Financial Model Report, was that CSU has to look very strategically and routinely at how we can change our cost structure and find new creative ways to reduce costs and improve university operations in order to support our academic priorities and deliver a quality education to our students. Now, one thing that Trustee Lopez did touch on is that one of the items on the consent agenda, and it's only on the consent agenda just because we had so many items for discussion in this meeting, is the multi-university initiative. In my mind, the multi-university initiative, which was started in 2023, is putting systemness into action by optimizing resources while still meeting individual university needs. The multi-U initiative, that multi-U is the short term for it, is intended to enable the CSU to save or avoid cost, streamline and simplify processes, enhance the quality of student support, and increase the economies of scale that we have available to us because we're a system. By way of the multi-U initiative, key opportunities for increased collaboration were identified, and the CSU selected 3 initial administrative areas of focus, which are procurement, information security, and benefits administration. So more focus areas will be added to this initiative over time. Now, you'll find, of course, more information on this multi-U initiative in the packet under consent item number 4. The goals of that initiative provide a foundation for other system-wide collaborations, including the San Francisco Bay Region Network, which is what we're going to discuss right now. So, responding to the need to maintain the mission of the CSU while addressing the enrollment and economic challenges of the San Francisco Bay region, in March of this year, President Cottrell of Sonoma State, President Mahoney of San Francisco State, and President Sandine of Cal State East Bay communicated a commitment to the Chancellor for the creation of the San Francisco Bay Region Network. The goal of the network is to establish a unified administrative and financial foundation that will empower these 3 universities to fulfill their missions while preserving each university's distinct identity, accreditation requirements, and community connections. So each university can benefit from a single strong central administrative functional area and still deliver on its academic mission. The network will streamline, standardize, and consolidate administrative processes where possible and utilize uniform technology systems across the 3 universities to ensure successful and equitable service to our students. Since the core functions to be integrated will be administrative in nature, there will be no impact to the student academic experience or faculty's ability to offer instruction. So the item today is an information item to provide additional detail to allow the trustees to gain a greater understanding of this initiative. So on the screen now, you'll see an outline. I'm not going to go through that outline. You can read it for yourself. And as Trustee Lopez mentioned, joining me today in this presentation are Presidents Mahoney, Interim President Cottrell, and President Sandine, who will cover the outlines that you see on the screen. So we're going to start with President Mahoney, and I will turn it over to her at this stage.
Thank you. Interim President Cottrell, President Sandine, and I, along with the CSU, share a core commitment to the individual strengths of and viabilities of our 3 distinct universities to continue to serve students in a shared geographic region by providing access to quality higher education, providing upward mobility for generations of students and their extended communities, and meeting local and regional workforce preparation needs. Meeting our commitments in the context of significant enrollment and budget realities requires innovative solutions and a need to challenge the status quo and long-held traditions that are impediments to change. Interim President Cottrell will now describe the challenges that our 3 universities face, challenges that require bold action to bring our costs in line with demographic and budget realities. President Cottrell.
Thank you, President Mahoney. In addition to the cuts proposed in Governor Newsom's current budget proposal, our universities face multiple long-term challenges as we seek to align our budgets with our revenues. First is the declining birth rate and number of high school graduates, leading to significant and persistent enrollment declines in our region. Second, all CSU universities have been subject to increased costs, including negotiated wage increases, inflationary pressure on mandatory costs, and the need to provide additional services to students. As we know, this trend is unlikely to change. The impact of these cost pressures was confirmed by the 2023 CSU Sustainable Funding Model Work Group report, which identified the CSU as having a $1.5 billion gap between the costs associated with operating our universities and the revenue available to them. The CSU system simply cannot bail out all of its universities facing financial challenges. It is up to the universities to align their budgets with what will be long-term realities. This slide illustrates the long-term challenge. A significant demographic shift has already affected and will continue to affect the Bay Area and North Bay region, with declining birth rates and reduced numbers of high school graduates through 2040 and beyond. According to WICHE, the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education, according to WICHE, we should expect a decline of nearly 25% in California's high school graduates by 2042. These demographic changes have had a differential impact on CSU universities throughout the state, as there remains strong demand in other regions like Los Angeles County. As you can see here on this slide, our 3 Bay Area university enrollment has dropped from a high of around 55,000 in 2015 to 39,000 this year, a nearly 30% drop. Although each of our universities is busy enhancing its marketing, recruitment, and admissions efforts, while expanding outreach to new segments of the population, these initiatives will mitigate rather than reverse the enrollment decline. Simply put, such an enrollment drop in the Bay Area region has created urgent budgetary challenges for East Bay San Francisco, and Sonoma. President Sandine will now describe actions taken to meet these challenges.
Thank you. Each of us has taken extensive steps to align operating expenditures with operating revenues. In other words, largely due to tuition revenue declines and unfunded compensation increases, we have made significant reductions in our expenses. These have totaled $75 million across the 3 universities since 2022 through this fiscal year. The vast majority of savings occurred by reducing labor costs. Expense reduction strategies have included imposing hiring chills or freezes, eliminating unfilled positions, reducing manager positions or MPPs, offering early retirement incentives or voluntary separation programs, and aligning faculty reassigned time with the CFA contract and actual instructional needs. Universities have also examined opportunities for academic program reviews to decrease the complexity of majors and concentrations, closely aligning course offerings with real student demand, and in some cases, eliminating low-enrolled programs. Some of us have also employed strategies like terminating outside leases and decommissioning buildings. These types of budget strategies will continue, but given the demographic decline of student populations, the unique cost of living pressures in the Bay Area region, and the unpredictability of state and federal budgets, our 3 universities require an even bolder and transformational approach for long-term viability. The new network will ensure each fulfills its commitment to adequate administrative and student services so we can continue to support high-quality academic programs and the workforce needs of the state. Without a bold approach, our separate administrative structures could be so diminished through budget cuts, we would have difficulty supporting our missions. President Mahoney will now review the foundational goals of the San Francisco Bay Region Network.
The network will create a single, effective, and cost-efficient structure for the organization and operations of the administrative functions most typically included within the portfolio of university vice presidents for administration and finance. The network requires we reimagine how universities collaborate to serve the broader region. It aims to decrease administrative costs by building economies of scale and transforming operational processes and developing new models of university collaboration that deliver services practically and positively. The administrative integration requires that infrastructures and processes be developed that efficiently serve all 3 universities and result in budgetary savings for each of the 3 universities. It will require redesigning current structures into a single new infrastructure, and it will require a significant shift in university-based attitudes towards how CSU universities operate. The network identifies the unification of core administrative services to begin with the integration of transactional activities in 4 functional operations by January 2026: human resources, procurement, financial aid, and IT. The network also will integrate procurement to payment, IT security, and benefits consolidation currently occurring at the system level through the Multi-University Collaboration Initiative. The need to move with urgency and break away from the status quo expectations of university service operation is clear. What is also clear and will be ensured throughout the process is strict compliance with all existing policy, regulation, and collective bargaining agreements. We strongly commit to protecting student success, academic integrity, and university engagement as we innovate and navigate through a process as complex and as unparalleled as this proposal. Design and implementation decisions will be made in consultation with university experts and stakeholders, and with the explicit goal of developing uniform practices across all 3 universities, and will be based on data and national best practices. President Couture will now describe more specifically the steps underway.
Since her March 2025 letter to Chancellor Garcia, we have taken several steps to develop the framework and implementation plan. With the help of Deloitte Consulting, which has done extensive work with both the system and Sonoma State, we identified initial business functions to integrate, specifically back office transactional functions associated with human resources, procurement, financial aid, and information technology. We have also outlined and developed a governing structure for the project. We, 3 presidents, will serve as executive sponsors. Chief Financial Officers of San Francisco State, Jeff Wilson, will serve as project lead, gathering and synthesizing information and ensuring transparent communication and coordination consistent with the guiding principles of the project. Third, we developed an initial timeline. In spring 2025, the project lead, Jeff Wilson, began meeting with counterparts and developed an operational plan. In summer 2025, the project lead will convene a communications and planning team to develop an engagement strategy for university constituents to participate in the successful planning of the network. We aim for a January 2026 launch of the network's first unified functions. University involvement and communication are key to the success of this project, and President Sandine will now describe our efforts and plans.
Thank you. The 3 of us absolutely commit to ongoing communication and university engagement within our 3 universities. In fact, we have already done so with simultaneous emails to our separate university communities back in March when the Chancellor first introduced the San Francisco Bay Region Network in her report to the board. Functional experts at the campuses from our universities in the areas of HR, IT, financial aid, and procurement will be a crucial part of the planning and implementation team. We each commit to engagement with our academic senates and other established groups, as well as frequent updates to our broader university communities. External stakeholders will receive updates as well. We will create one common web subsite dedicated to providing information and progress as the network develops. The initial implementation and administrative integration will require an investment of one-time funds. These funds will be used to support what we expect to be a complex and detailed planning process. As you heard, Deloitte is poised to assist us with this effort given their expertise at other university systems, Sonoma State, and their existing knowledge of the CSU system through their work on the Multi-U project. This one-time funding will only be used to establish the network. Funding will not be used to offset other budget reductions that may be required at any of our 3 universities. Again, our collective goal is to align our costs with our enrollment-driven revenues and achieve long-term financial sustainability. We expect the creation of the network to achieve significant administrative cost savings and also preserve services that would otherwise be severely diminished by budget cuts. Ultimately, industry experts identify 15 to 30% reduction in current expenditures to carry out these functions in a single network structure. The combined enrollment of East Bay, San Francisco, and Sonoma is around 30,000 students. We note that at least 4 other CSUs are this size or larger. So at 30,000 students and associated employees, we too should be able to serve them with a single administrative structure for the majority of functions. Jeff Wilson prepared some examples for us to share with you today. So let's look at information technology. Our 3 universities currently spend about $38 million on information technology staff to support academic, student, and administrative technology. If we apply that range of 15 to 30%, our potential savings are between $6 million and $11 million. So for comparison purposes, Cal State Fullerton, with even a larger enrollment than 30,000, spends about $28 million on information technology staffing. So the three of us combined are spending $38 million now, and Fullerton is spending $28 million now. That is a delta. Let's look at accounts payable and procurement. Similarly, our three universities currently spend about $5.1 million on procurement and accounts payable staffing. So again, applying that range, we could save between $800,000 and $1.5 million. For comparison purposes, Cal State Fullerton spends about $3.2 million on staffing in the same functions. So $5.1 million that we're spending combined, and $3.2 million that they are spending to serve even more students than we're talking about. So those are some specific examples. Besides these significant financial savings, economies of scale, operational efficiency, common technology platforms likely will accelerate productivity, effectiveness, and reduce frustrating transactional work for our employees. A one-time investment in the network infrastructure will create a self-sustaining central operation, ensuring the financial sustainability of our three unique accredited universities. The San Francisco Bay Region Network is indeed a bold, creative, proactive, and necessary strategy to address the realities of an inexorable shift in demographics that will reduce the region's population of college-going students for decades to come. Importantly, it affirms the system's commitment to the individual viability of these three universities so that we can continue to leverage our unique strengths, serve our unique communities, provide affordable access to higher education, and meet workforce preparation needs in the region that is so vitally important to California's future. Finally, the San Francisco Bay Region Network has great promise to serve as a prototype or model for other regional networks within the CSU, as well as for challenged regional public universities throughout our nation. So with that, back to you, Executive Vice Chancellor Reier.
Thank you, President Sandin and President Cottrell and Mahoney. So as you can see, the San Francisco Bay Region Network will be designed to leverage our systemness and streamline our administrative functions in that region. In creating a fiscally responsive administrative core, the network will go beyond merely shared services, but will innovate how the CSU can achieve its mission in a unique 21st century environment to provide a forward-looking response to our urgent budget conditions and persistent demographic challenges. We are very fortunate to have the courageous leadership of these three presidents in developing this creative solution. Trustee Lopez, that concludes our presentation. We're happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you to the three presidents. I think it's worth underscoring that you are coming forth to meet the moment. You started this, you brought it together, and you are meeting the moment in an exemplary way. And also thank you for a very detailed and comprehensive presentation, so thank you. Let me open it up now for questions from the board. Comments? Trustee Arambula?
I just have comments. We heard not that long ago about integration. And I heard here very clearly we are and will remain three distinct, forever long-standing institutions. I appreciate hearing that. I agree. And the work you're doing right now is going to help make sure that we can live into that. And so I just appreciate the foresight. President Sandin, you've been talking about some version of this with me, and I'm sure with other members of the Board of Trustees for years. And as you three named, this should be a model for across the CSU. We should be thinking about this, but it will also be a model for public systems, I hope, across the country. And this, I would venture to say, this is step one of what is going to be a really important continued set of steps, which is how do we do some of the work behind the scenes more effectively? And then the next is going to be, how do we offer a more robust student set of classes, experiences, opportunities? So phase 2 of this work is then going to say, great, we figured out how to get the finances in order. We figured out how to do enrollment a little bit differently to achieve some cost savings without impacting services. The next step is going to be engaging with our faculty partners, engaging with others to say, okay, now how might we think about the classes we're offering, the majors we have, such that it doesn't matter what campus you happen to sit on, but you have a robust set of offerings. So just deep appreciation. I know this has been not months in the making, it's been years in the making, and I'll just echo it. It takes courage to do hard things, and I'm just in awe and appreciative. So thank you.
Chair Clark.
So I'm going to be brief. So what he said. And then I just, again, want to say thank you guys. This is the only thing, this is wonderful. The only thing I would ask is, and I know you're going to do this, but I'm just saying it into the world. Please wade out into your communities. I'm not just talking about your campus communities. Make sure the greater communities in which you operate fully understand this, because this is wonderful.
Trustee Malakar.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez. And I wanted to also express appreciation to Presidents Cutrer, Mahoney, and Sandine for their leadership and their willingness to work together on a very important project that will leverage not only the campuses but also the system. So thank you all very much for that. With that said, I do have a question, and I always go back to collecting data and having data available at the end of the process so that if other projects need to be mounted, they could perhaps replicate you. So I guess my question would be, how will success be measured as you move forward in the moving months during the summer? My other question is also really piggybacking on my trustee colleagues also said, and that is the importance of having support and everyone being on the same page of how you will keep your faculty, your staff, and your students informed about what you're doing as you move forward in the planning process. Thank you.
Thanks for that question, and I'll start with the first part, and that is what are those key performance indicators, if you want to call them that, for this project. One is savings, actual savings that we are able to obtain. I think, or cost avoidance. Remember, costs are constantly going up, so if we're able to avoid some costs, that will be measured as well to the best of our ability. In addition, processing times. I know on the multi-U project, they're looking at shorter processing times for many of these transactions, and that would be a positive result as well. And in terms of our work in maintaining student services, we already have metrics and measures in place through the existing GI 2025 initiative and whatever comes after that in terms of measuring our student success. So I think we have some things in place right now that we can point to, but as we develop the process, we'll develop more specific performance indicators. So thank you for that.
And thank you for bringing up the importance of making sure that we're communicating regularly and effectively with internal stakeholders, those that are directly involved, like our unions and the folks working in the areas that we're working on, but also those that are less directly, like our academic senates and our staff councils, our associated student leadership. We've already committed to regular emails. We're going to create this centralized website, so that will also serve as a repository for the work that we've done. And then we're going to take advantage of the multiple structures we all have on our campuses already, the campus forums, in my case, our university budget committee. And I know last week, for example, my government relations folks met with our local electeds about this. So point taken, that as important as the work is, how we communicate it and document it will be equally important.
Thank you all for your help. Thank you, Brian.
Trustee Gilbert-Lurie.
Well, first of all, thank you, Brava, and this is exactly what we want to hear that we're doing and that you're doing. So thank you. I guess one other thing in the step 2 and step 3s is it would be exciting to think about what are the opportunities you're communicating to the joint communities in terms of, not just efficiencies, but what is access that students might have to each other's campuses, programs, opportunities that they wouldn't otherwise have also, and if that could be built into your planning and thinking.
At this point, we are concentrating on the administrative and financial functions because those will be complex enough, and we have actually a quite aggressive plan for moving forward as quickly as possible. So that really does become a step 2. Let's see how the proof of concept in step 1 and then step 2 would involve some different stakeholders. But there is something that I would like to say, and I know this doesn't have to do with students, but one of the things that I think is very important for the people who work at our 3 universities is that I think all of us hear frequently from staff that at a university there isn't as much room for advancement and development as there is perhaps for other people who work at the university. And I think one of the really great potential advantages of this is that we will see more opportunity for professional development and for advancement for our staff.
May I just also add is that there's a lot of things happening already, even if it's not part of our structured work. The provosts, for example, are working on consortium degrees. Our faculty have been inspired as they take a closer look at their enrollment numbers at wanting to reach out to their colleagues. So I think that eventually the kind of organic work that's been inspired is going to then meet with some structural support.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the 3 presidents. I think this is exciting, and we really look forward to hearing more about your progress. We have one last item before we break, so I'm just going to... Last item on my committee is the information item on the quarterly investment report. This again Steve will present, but Robert Eaton, who's Assistant Vice Chancellor for Financing, Treasury, and Risk Management, will present his report.
Okay, thanks, Trustee Lopez. This is our last one for the committee, and we'll move quickly.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is also the last one before lunch.
So we're going to move very quickly. Robert and I are going to talk fast. So investment reports to the board are part of the broader objective of ensuring that CSU cash is invested prudently until such time as needed to meet our system-wide and individual university objectives. So we have two goals for today's presentation. First, we're going to provide a brief summary of investment performance for the quarter that ended on December 31st of 2024. Secondly, we're going to be, now given the market volatility that you are all aware of that began in mid-February, largely resulting from federal trade and tariff policies, we want to provide information to the board on how that volatility may have impacted our investment portfolios. So going forward, subject to any specific actions requested by the board, we will continue to manage and monitor investment performance and make adjustments to the portfolios as needed. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Robert Eaton. Robert.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, trustees. In the interest of time, I'm going to truncate my comments on the performance of the portfolios as of 12/31/2024. That information is in your agenda item. In summary, they're doing well. They're performing as expected. And so what I'll do is, if it's okay, I'll move to the next slide and I'll talk about the volatility and the impact on our portfolios here recently done. So as I mentioned, the report is as of the period of 12/31/2024. But as most of you know, there's been significant market volatility recently, basically since mid-February. So I want to provide the board with some preliminary data and thoughts on the impact of that volatility on our portfolios at this meeting, because the full final performance and impact on that won't really be known for some months as we report in the March and the June reports. So the decline in the equity markets began in mid-February when the Trump administration announced increased tariffs with Canada, Mexico, and China, and it continued declining into March due to significant rhetoric and signaling that more tariffs were forthcoming. And then on April 2nd, the Trump administration announced a significant wave of additional tariffs that triggered a sizable, sharp, further drop in equity valuations. From mid-February to early April, equities, as measured by the S&P 500, dropped 19%. Since that time, though, as the Trump administration has backed off on some of the tariff implementation and rhetoric, equities have recovered substantially, and presently the S&P 500 is down about 3%. So how did this volatility impact our investments? Well, taken together and adjusting for normal operating outflows from our liquidity portfolio, the market value of our three portfolios over the same period have done fine. At the low point of the volatility in early April, the value of our three portfolios in aggregate was only down about 2%. And this decline in value was centered in the total return portfolio, where we have our equity investments. A little under 50% of that portfolio is in equities. So at that point in early April, the total return portfolio had lost about 9% of its value. To put it another way, the retained earnings or unrealized gain in the portfolio dropped from $451 million to about $169 million. However, as the markets have recovered, so did our investments. And currently the market value of our portfolios are actually slightly higher than they were in mid-February when the volatility started. Furthermore, our retained earnings in the total return portfolio, they're now about $10 million higher than they were in mid-February at $461 million. Now, notwithstanding this market volatility and the changes in value in the total return portfolio, distributions from the portfolio should not be adversely impacted for the coming year. And this would also be the case if the markets had not recovered from the low point in early April. And this is due to the methodology that the CSU Investment Advisory Committee utilizes in determining its annual distribution of earnings back to the universities. The methodology includes an inflation-based component, so it's separate from market valuation. And then it also has a component that's based on the market value of the portfolio over a 12-quarter period. So it's not isolated in one particular bad quarter. Furthermore, the methodology also provides that some earnings are retained in the portfolio. This is primarily to maintain intergenerational earnings power, but it also helps to support distributions during down years in the market. So overall, the methodology is designed to dampen the impact of sharp movements in the financial markets and provide stability in the distributions to the universities from year to year. Now, with respect to the liquidity and our intermediate duration portfolios, there's been no material impact. The market value and performance of those portfolios are driven by interest rate levels. And while there has been volatility over this period of time I described, right now interest rate levels are effectively the same as they were in mid-February. So in summary, and again, this is based on preliminary data, the market values of our portfolios, mainly the total return portfolio, dropped and then moved back up in tandem with the broader movements in the financial markets. But overall, the impacts have been manageable with no long-term impacts on the ability of our portfolios to continue providing value to the universities. So let me turn the presentation back to Steve.
Thank you very much, Robert. And as Robert noted, the impact of the recent market volatility has not compromised the ability of our investments to continue to provide great value to our universities. And this is by design, as he indicated. And I want to thank the CSU Investment Advisory Committee, that is chaired by Trustee Jack McGrory, for their leadership in creating, structuring, and managing our investments, especially the total return portfolio, in such a way as to provide long-term value despite the ups and downs that can occur in the financial markets. And as we conclude, I do want to thank Assistant Vice Chancellor Robert Eaton, who has been my partner in changing the California law that did not allow us to broaden our portfolio options. It was a rough journey that we took over a couple of years, but we did get the law changed, and it's resulted in over in the last few years, over $300 million in new money going to our campuses to address their top capital priorities. With that, Trustee Lopez, we're going to conclude the presentation.
Thank you, Steve and Robert. When we first thought about putting this item on the agenda, the markets were really going downhill. And so it turns out not to be the case. I think the important point is that we have a system that even in very volatile times, there's a smoothing formula so that we can continue to provide distributions, which is so needed for the campuses, for their infrastructure and some of their needs. So we wanted the board to sort of just bring you up to date to where we were. This is a good news report, as it turns out, but thought we should be aware of how we were handling the volatility in the market. Any comments, questions? Remember, we got lunch waiting for us. Seeing none, Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Committee on Finance.
Again, well done, Trustee Lopez. Thank you very much. We were scheduled for a leisurely 45-minute break. Why don't we take a somewhat brisk 35-minute break, and we'll return here at about 1:35.
1:35, okay.
Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work.
Okay, it's 1:35. Uh-oh.
I'm here.
Mark, okay. Mark, you ready? Well, thank you for being so prompt. Trustee Ghilarducci, will you please convene the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds?
All right, thank you, Chair Clark. Will the meeting of the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds please come to order? It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove an item for separate discussion? I don't hear anything, so I think we'll have a motion to approve the items listed in the consent agenda. And I know that we have some members of the committee missing, but I think we have a quorum. We do not have a quorum. As I understand it, with Chair Clark and the Chancellor, does that make a quorum?
Oh, we don't have a quorum? We don't have a quorum?
I thought we did.
the joint committee from both of us?
No, this is not the joint committee. This is the main committee.
Raji's coming.
What's that? Oh, we have to go get Raji. Okay. All right, well, let's just take a second. With Trustee Barr, that give us a quorum? Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah, that's true.
Did she?
Chair Clark, I mean, may I suggest that we may postpone this until
That makes complete
Barr comes and we can move on to the
joint committee.
To the joint committee.
Yeah, on finance, yes.
Okay, so we're going to postpone this one and we'll come back to it shortly. Okay, great. Well, then let's move on then to the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds. And I think the item, we have a number of presenters that are coming up, so sorry with the last minute there, rushing you up. All right, great, thank you all. All right, this is an action item on the San Diego State University Evolve Student Housing, and the item today will be presented by Steve Reier, the Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer, Adela De La Torre, President of San Diego State University, Paul Ganone, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Capital Planning, Design and Construction, and Robert Eaton, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Financing, Treasury, and Risk Management, and there may be more that I don't have on my list here. So with that, Steve, let me turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Ghilarducci. This item will present the San Diego State University's multi-phase Evolve Student Housing Project. As we will share during the presentation, this project will help increase availability of on-campus student housing, provide affordable and sustainable housing options to address students' basic needs, support personal and academic growth, and increase graduation rates. The presentation will describe the Evolve Student Housing Project, the implementation plan, cost, and benefits of the project. We are also requesting approval of the Environmental Impact Report, a master plan revision, a real estate transaction to vacate excess public right-of-way, schematic plans, and an amendment to the capital outlay program. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to San Diego State University's President Adela De La Torre to introduce the project, its background, impact, and goals. President De La Torre.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Reier. I'm pleased to present our Evolve Student Housing Phase 1 and 1B project to you today. The six-phase project will add approximately 5,170 beds to our on-campus community, directly addressing the need for financially competitive rental rates and providing convenient, safe living options for students. The initiative aims to reduce students' reliance on off-campus housing, lower their costs, and address the growing rental rates in the San Diego region, as those continue to outpace the cost of SDSU student housing. Offering on-campus housing is a strategic priority for SDSU, as it ensures all students, regardless of socioeconomic background, have access to quality housing. Expanding housing options is also critical for accommodating junior, senior, and graduate students who prefer on-campus living, and many of our out-of-state families have indicated they are less likely to send their students to SDSU without housing certainty. This project is an essential step toward improving student success and fostering a stronger sense of community. Research shows that students who live on campus tend to have a greater sense of belonging and more involvement in campus activities, leading to higher graduation rates and better overall outcomes. Providing on-campus housing reduces the need for students to commute, which lowers carbon emissions and supports the university's sustainability goals. This initiative enhances the student's experience, positively impacts the local community, and supports SDSU's long-term objectives. I'd like to offer you some background on how we've planned our Evolve student housing and how we plan to construct it. From its inception, Evolve has been planned as a Type 1 fire-resistant building, meeting the most rigorous fire safety standards in the country. We have since gone even further than that, reflecting comments from our neighbors and in consultation with state and local fire officials. We've added a complete fire loop road and secondary fire equipment access and egress to Aztec Circle Drive that bypasses the congested 55th Street access that was a point of our neighbors' EIR concerns. I'd also like to reassure you that SDSU will build this project with full consideration to the workers that will build it for us. All construction workers, 100% employed on Evolve, will be paid union wages and benefits. Local hiring employment is being encouraged to the fullest extent possible by law. Currently, 98% of the work on our first building is being provided by local San Diego subcontractors. The Evolve project is a clear commitment by SDSU to help San Diego with its critical housing needs. We're planning and constructing to best address the needs of our campus community and the hardworking people who will build for us. Thank you for your time and for supporting the Evolve Student Housing Project at SDSU. I will now turn the presentation over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Paul Godot to provide details on the project, environmental impact, project site design, and facility features. Paul?
Thank you, President Delatorre. As President Delatorre just mentioned, this project is a multi-phase development proposed on 2 separate sites at the main campus. The Peninsula site, which is outlined in orange, will involve the phased demolition of 13 existing facilities and the construction of 6 new residential buildings and an amenity facility. Phasing the demolition and construction will allow new beds to come online before a significant amount of existing beds are taken out of service. The University Tower's east site is shown on the top right of the screen. A new 9-story residential building will be constructed on the existing parking lot. The insets show all phases of the project, and phase 1 of this project, for which we are seeking schematic and financing approval today, is outlined in red. Once completed, the Evolve Student Housing Project will add approximately 5,170 new beds, resulting in a net increase of 4,470 beds across 2 main campus sites. Construction is planned to take place in 6 phases over 8 years, strategically planned to maintain existing housing availability during the build-out. These images show rendered views of the first phase, 1A and 1B, of the proposed project, which is presented today for schematic approval. On the left-hand side of the screen is the Student Housing Building 1 and Student Housing Amenities Building looking north. Student Housing Building 1 will be a 9-story, 142,000 square foot suite-style residence hall designed for approximately 650 first and second year students. It will feature double occupancy units with private bathrooms along with study areas, social spaces, shared kitchen and laundry facilities, and live-in staff units. The Student Housing Amenities Building in the foreground of the image on the left is a 2-story, 18,500 square foot facility that will offer food services, a convenience store, and other services. Built in the Mission Revival style, it will reflect the historic campus core while serving modern residential needs. University Towers East, shown on the right of the screen, will be a 9-story, 131,000 square foot residence hall. It will house approximately 720 first-year students and include communal restrooms, kitchens, lounges, study areas, and 2 live-in staff units. The building will wrap around a central courtyard offering shared outdoor space and feature finishes to visually tie into the campus environment. This first phase includes site work to support future phases of the Evolve Student Housing Project on the Peninsula site. Utilities and infrastructure will be replaced or upgraded as needed to support the build-out of all phases of the Evolve Student Housing Project. The project will meet the CSU sustainability policy by using site planning and building massing orientation to optimize outdoor space, mitigating solar heat gain, and optimizing energy performance, as well as the inclusion of water reduction strategies, operable windows, drought-tolerant landscaping, and energy-efficient insulation and fixtures. Increasing on-campus housing will significantly reduce vehicle miles traveled and lower greenhouse gas emissions. In full compliance with CEQA public outreach requirements, a project EIR was prepared for the project and circulated for public review and comment between January 3rd and February 17th, 2025. There were well-attended public meetings held both in person and virtually to solicit public comment. Environmental issues identified during scoping and public review of the draft EIR are fully evaluated in the final EIR. A total of 50 public commenters provided comment letters on the draft EIR, as well as a large number of late letters, which have been summarized and provided to the trustees for their review prior to this meeting. The EIR concluded that the project would result in two significant unavoidable impacts on biological resources and historic resources. Specifically, the project would result in temporary construction noise impacts on the federally protected coastal California gnatcatcher and demolition of Mizkeek Hall, a two-story multifamily contemporary-style residential building built in 1958. The final EIR requires documentation of the building's history, including photographs, as mitigation. The State Historic Preservation Officer has concurred with the EIR's findings and required mitigation. All other environmental impacts were determined to be less than significant or mitigable to a less than significant level. All issues raised in public comments are summarized in the item. San Diego State prepared formal responses to all comments received, which are included in the final EIR. Amendments and revisions to the draft EIR as a result of public comments are also included as part of the final EIR, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program has been prepared in conjunction with the final EIR. One notable change to the design of the project after public input is the addition of a second fire access road, which President Delatorre referred to, onto the peninsula to allow better firefighting access and circulation in the event of a fire. In addition, we're asking the board to approve the real estate transaction to vacate the outdated right-of-way encumbering the Evolve Student Housing Project site, as it is no longer needed for public use, and its removal will support campus development in line with the campus master plan. This slide highlights the advantages of San Diego State's competitive, collaborative design-build process for the project, emphasizing both potential and realized savings achieved through build-out of all phases of the larger project. As required by statute, an open, competitive procurement process was undertaken with all contractors welcome to participate. This process ensures that all contractors meet CSU's bonding requirements, state licensure requirements, and Department of Industrial Relations registration requirements to bid on and perform our work. All workers on the project will receive prevailing wage with weekly certified payroll monitoring by the university. 4 design-build teams were shortlisted with a clear directive to maintain the lowest direct possible cost per bed, targeted at a maximum of $140,000 per bed. Each team proposed a different primary construction system with the per bed costs ranging from $118,000 per bed to $158,000 per bed, and the team offering the lowest cost per bed was selected. The competitive procurement process resulted in a 2-year schedule improvement, translating to $31 million in general condition savings and avoided escalation costs. Additionally, this approach preserved 2 future building sites, providing opportunities for additional residential towers beyond the 3,200 planned beds. Furthermore, the selected team committed to delivering 3,460 beds, which is 440 more than originally requested within the project budget. In total, the collaborative design-build process is anticipated to generate more than $200 million in overall project savings for San Diego State. The building cost of the Evolve Student Housing Phase 1 aligns with other comparable CSU student housing projects, as shown on this slide. The lower cost, when compared to Cal State Fullerton and Cal State Long Beach projects, is primarily driven by the larger scale of this development, which is similar in size to the Cal Poly project. Now we'll turn the presentation over to Robert Eaton to provide financing details. Robert?
Thank you, Paul. The financing approval requested herein is for phases 1A and 1B and will be undertaken by Aztec Shops Limited, a recognized auxiliary organization in good standing at the university, on behalf and for the benefit of the university. Subsequent phases of the development will be separately presented to the board for financing approval. The Aztec Shops owns the land on which the project will be developed and also owns and operates some of the university's student housing stock. Aztec Shops will enter into a master lease with the university's Office of Housing Administration, who will add the project to their housing portfolio and remain directly involved in the management of the Upper Division student housing operations, including the rental rate setting and collection of rental revenues from the students. Aztec Shops will provide services and maintain the housing facilities under a management agreement with the university. The master lease and management agreements provide a structure through which Aztec Shops' financial debt and cost exposures under the proposed SRB financing and the project operations will be fully covered and funded by the university. The not-to-exceed principal amount of the proposed bonds is $344,425,000, based on a total project budget of $310 million, and additional net financing costs estimated at a little over $34 million, which are to be funded from bond proceeds. The debt service coverage ratios for the project are good. There's 3 ratios involved here. First is the housing program debt service coverage ratio of 1.38 in fiscal year 2027-2028. That's the first full year of operations, and that ratio is better than the CSU benchmark of 1.10 for a housing program. Aztec Shops debt service coverage ratio of 1.14 in the first full year of operations. That one also is better than the CSU benchmark of 1.1 for an auxiliary. And then third, there's an overall debt service coverage ratio for all of the university's pledged revenue programs for the first full year of operations, and that's at 1.56, which is better than the CSU campus benchmark of 1.35. And so for the final time, let me turn the presentation over to Steve for his closing remarks.
Thank you. Thanks, Robert. Thank you, President Delatorre, and thank you, Paul. The Evolve Student Housing Project will be instrumental in expanding access to quality on-campus housing for San Diego State students and support the university's mission to enhance student success. Staff recommends approval of the resolution as presented in the item. Trustee Ghilarducci, that concludes the presentation. We're happy to address any questions.
All right. Well, thank you all for the presentation. And before I open it up for questions, though, I wanted to maybe throw a couple questions out on my own. I mean, it's a fabulous, robust project, and I think will be, fantastic for San Diego State. In the area of safety and security, though, I thought I'd ask a little question about the wildfire concerns, because even though the EIRs, looked at the wildfire threat, you're building in a high severe fire area. It's a condensed project in a very tight area, and just from my experience over the years, even though EIRs are done and master plans are done in communities, the reality is that when there's a fire moving rapidly and you're trying to get large volumes of people out, and if it's at night and it's smoky, it becomes very complicated. And so I think that one question I would have for you is to talk a little bit more about how you're addressing the mitigation of the potential wildfire. It's at the top of a canyon. That canyon is a perfect example of how fires move very rapidly, and I think that you do have some plans to address, from the mitigation standpoint, what you're doing to put some prevention measures in place.
Shall we turn this one over to Robert Schultz?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
It's a multi-pronged approach.
By the way, I'm sorry, I haven't introduced Robert Schultz. He is, I always forget his actual title, but he is the head of facilities for San Diego State. Yeah. Go ahead, Robert.
I call myself the university architect at San Diego State. We have a multi-pronged approach to fire safety. I mean, we are intensely conscious that we live in a fire ecology zone. I mean, even before the fires in our own neighborhood in Los Angeles, any experienced builder or architect in California knows wildland habitats will burn. It's just a matter of we don't know when, and we plan around that. So what we've done in the case of Evolve, we've gone away from wood frame construction. All that's there currently is wood frame construction. I don't want to claim that it's unsafe. It's all built to code, but we're going from wooden buildings to concrete buildings. So they're inherently inflammable. We are then wrapping those buildings in a fire-resistant envelope beyond what would normally be required for student housing. Then we go beyond that and we're maintaining a 100-foot barrier of fire-resistant materials around the structures. So the fire won't ever approach the buildings. So as far as evacuation goes, I couldn't possibly say we would never evacuate the buildings. There's too many variations that could happen in the course of living in these things for generations. But in a fire condition, our most likely approach is going to be leave the students to shelter in place. They're in a completely sheltered environment. These are sprinkle buildings. They're completely fire resistant. We're going to have them stay in their rooms or stay in their rec centers. And we don't want them out in the community. As far as the community is concerned, the big benefit they're going to get is we're removing 160 parking spaces from the site. That's 160 cars that aren't going to be in the site. That's traffic that'll never be on 55th Street where our neighbors need to evacuate. So even though we don't plan to be part of an evacuation in the course of a fire event, the fact that we've removed all those cars from the peninsula is going to make it easier for our neighbors to get out should they need to.
Thanks for that. I think in the buffer zone, there's 100 feet. That's great. Are you going to put like some sort of non-combustible plant, like ice plant or some sort of, what do you put in that 100-foot buffer zone?
No, we will maintain the native materials, but we'll go through a fire mitigation program on I can't tell you the exact sequence, but typically it's once every 3 years or something. We go through and bring the brush down. We don't replace it with ice plant because the only real conceivable environmental impact of this project is somehow impacting the habitat of the gnat catchers. So we don't want to reduce habitat that those native species will use. The good thing about the gnat catchers is those are temporary impacts. As the grassland recovers, they return. They're not permanently displaced when you manage the fire load, but it lets them come back afterwards and maintain their life cycle.
Great. Okay. And the in the process of this, is there a plan to update the university's emergency operation plan to address these new protocols, this shelter-in-place idea, and in that also amplifying the number of public safety personnel that would be sort of assigned to this particular area?
Absolutely. So we have a unique model of leadership with our UPD. We have what Post would refer to as a police commissioner. That's our AVP for public safety and community empowerment, and we have our chief police. Our police commissioner is the one that oversees the fire and medical response and works very closely with the San Diego Fire Rescue Department. The relationship is so close that the San Diego Fire Department actually trains their trainees at San Diego State. So almost daily they are there working with our staff, and they will be working with us also as we begin to phase in this project. And indeed, we have a dedicated full-time director of emergency management. That individual works with and goes to trainings with CAL FIRE, and we use their protocols as well. And we have, again, a dedicated EOC. The police commissioner oversees this and then works with the different agencies in hand with the idea that we will always be at state of the art on this in terms of not only the planning but also the drills. We actually in our housing also have fire safety drills that are incorporated in it. So we integrate the emergency evacuation drills in our programming for our students as well. And then, of course, every time we do have a drill, we look at it or an emergency, and then we improve on it. We also have a program for vulnerable populations. So individuals with disabilities have some or have pets that are support animals. We work with them as well. And then we do what is called a zone-based evacuation strategy. And that follows what is a Ready, Set, Go model that is used by Caltrans. And so we try to be as current as possible.
I appreciate that. I think you're putting all the right methods in place to make as close to prevention as possible. That when you look at where this is located in that it's a tight area, I think a lot's going to have to be done on the front end with exercises and information, having a good alert and warning system so that the students and the folks that are living there are part of all that, so they know what to do when they have to do it. Because as mentioned, all these areas will burn at some point. So appreciate all the effort to make it as safe as possible, and that'll be something that we'll just have to continue to watch as we move on. Any other questions? Trustee Lopez.
Thank you, and I think it's a great project, and we've talked about it. It's really quite impressive. I have two questions. One is a bit of a follow-on, maybe from my ignorance, is if there's shelter in place, what about smoke? So that's my first question. But the second question is a larger question. I don't recall in the time I've been on the board getting so many public comments about the contractor. Could you speak a little bit about, obviously you met all the bid requirements, you came under bid, all good things, but the comments about, local hiring, apprenticeships, it made it sound like not well respected within the community, number one. And then the more concerning one was a comment about cost overruns. So could you speak to what cost overruns protections you have in your contract with this contractor?
Absolutely. The way we are procuring this project is what the Cal State University system calls a progressive design build contract. So we jointly go through the development of those construction documents with the builder, and then at a point in time where they are confident they fully understand the cost, and I and my staff are fully confident we understand the program being incorporated, we reach a guaranteed maximum price agreement on the cost of that project. That guaranteed maximum price leaves the contractor responsible for errors and omissions, failures of the design, absences that might be in their document set, because the architect is responsible to the builder, so they are under a joint contract. So we have very minimal exposure to overruns. We always are responsible for what happens in the site. Under California law, anything that's under the ground is responsible of the owner. We have a very conservative approach to foundation, so we're not worried about exposure on that front. And if I may be honest, I think a lot of the comments about overruns on the fact of our contractor is a bit of a misinformation campaign. We've got a very reputable contractor. Swinnerton just finished our electrical infrastructure project on time, on budget, incredibly complex project, and they did a stunning job with it. They are a union contractor. They are signatory to the Carpenters Union. The Carpenters Union came here and gave a note of support to this project. But they do work all up and down the state of California. They do a lot of private work. They're actually the largest private home builder in California. It's all concrete high-rise, but still, they're the largest multifamily builder in the state. And a lot of those are private owners. And I think, to be frank, there are some of the trade unions that would like to see the builders punished for working in that market. They would like to have a market where only their chosen subcontractors are participating. And by law, we don't do that. By law, we say every contractor that is compliant with statute and regulations is allowed to compete on our projects. So I just want to reiterate, every single employee is paid union wage without exception for every trade. Laborer, electricians, mechanical workers, everybody's paid union wages. All the subcontractors are participating in the apprentice programs. We are going to be training new generations of trade workers that we all need to build our buildings in the future. This is a reputable contractor that you can be proud to be doing business with.
Could you just speak just briefly about smoke? If there's shelter in place, what happens with the smoke?
That's a great question. All of our mechanical systems have the ability to alter how much outside air we bring in. So typically, you don't ever bring in 100% outside air because it's energy inefficient. So you bring in a controlled amount to reduce your CO2 content and keep the air as fresh as we all like it. But we do have the ability to reduce the amount of outside air, and in a fire event, we would reduce it to zero. We would simply recirculate the internal air until the fire and smoke are gone from the area.
Thanks. Trustee Emeliger?
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Garaducci. And thank you all for your presentation on this strategic investment project. You know, during public comment, we heard quite a bit about this Evolve project, and there seemed to be a lot of student and faculty support for the Evolve student housing project, which would really address your ongoing student housing crisis. But we also, as the trustee said, there was some comment about concerns about egress, traffic during wildfires. So my question really has to do with what lessons from prior campus housing developments, whether they were successful or otherwise, have been integrated into this particular project's planning process?
Yeah, I'm happy to. We have been exposed to significant wildfire events in the past. In 2007, I think it was, there were the huge wildfires that tore through San Diego. I think it was the largest mass evacuation in U.S. history at the time, larger than Katrina. And one of the things we learned was we can't knee-jerk on the response to an emergency. So we have developed a really robust EOC that President De La Torre spoke about. And what we do is make sure our response on campus is carefully coordinated with what the county EOC is doing in the area. So if we ever needed to evacuate the peninsula, we would. But what we're going to do is respond in cooperation with the county EOC. And when we don't need to move our student population or our faculty and staff, we won't. And that's going to be how we participate. That's how we're going to allow our neighbors to get out of their homes if they need to, is because we can sit still in ours. But that'll be a coordinated communication with the county EOC.
Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say that coordination is critical, but there are some great examples. For example, Pepperdine is in a high-risk fire zone, and they've moved to a shelter-in-place format, and really the way they've had recent fires that have come right up to the university, but that the way the university's built, and they have put a lot of mitigation efforts in place, it's the safest place to be. So I think that's a plan that can work. Question on the windows. Do the windows open on any of the buildings?
All of the student rooms do have operable windows, but they're open only modestly. So they typically have a 4-inch window opening for ventilation, but it doesn't allow student ingress or egress out of the windows. We have them use the formal egress path down the hallways and the emergency stairs.
Not so much thinking about them sneaking out of the windows as much as embers that get blown. So wind will move embers
correct,
way out in front. So that 100-foot buffer zone really, it'll move it way past that. And if the windows are open, embers can get in, and then you have a content fire that gets started. So then you get a fire internally. So I just was wondering if you had screens on the window, or if you thought through that, because I could see everybody having windows open and the fire starts and you have a problem.
The windows are all screened, but I can tell you we do emergency response drills with our incoming students, because our student population is brand new every year. Every year, 25% of our student population is brand new, has no student experience. So our colleagues in housing administration and residential life have a really robust program of training the students. Here's what you're going to do if an event happens. And they will cover, and those are building specific. So different buildings will have different egress requirements, different shelter-in-place requirements, different assembly areas. So depending on what you're building, if you're told to evacuate, you're not told to just leave and run. You're told to please coordinate and safely move to an occupied area of X. So all that will be gone through with all of our incoming student staff every fall. They're all going to be told what's the right way to respond to a fire event.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Nope. All right. Well, thank you very much for their presentation. Appreciate it. If there's no further comments, then I think that, do I have a quorum for this? Yeah.
You have a quorum, but you still need a motion in a second.
Okay, I see that. Can I get a motion to, for this action?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, great. So then, do we need to do a verbal? You want to do it? Go ahead. Thanks.
Roll call vote on item 2. Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Molina Mancio.
Yes.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lori.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
Trustee Brar.
Yes.
Trustee Wahardo.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes. And just a reminder, we do need a vote on item 1 as well, which can be
Correct, yeah.
consent.
All right, thanks. Can we now, thank you very much, everyone. Can we go back to item 1 then, which is the consent? It's a approval of the consent item. So I guess I need a motion for that as well.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and then could we run the roll call? You don't need it? Are we good?
You can just ask if there are any objections and do
All
it
right,
by
any
consent.
objections? All right, we're good. Thank you all very much. Chair Clark, back to you.
Thank you. And now I believe we need to reconvene the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings, and Grounds. The very first one.
So the first one is we decided that to move on the consent agenda, and I guess I need a motion to approve the fact that we're moving to a consent, right?
We're just back to campus planning, buildings, and grounds, not the
Let's see where we're at here.
It'll be a roll call vote for the consent agenda.
Right. Essentially, we're just approving the consent agenda.
Yes, by a roll call vote.
Right, that's what I thought we just did a minute ago. Okay, can we do that, please?
Yes.
And this, just to clarify, these are the 3 consent items on the Committee on Capital Planning, Building, and Grounds, not the Joint Committee.
Right, these are the 3 items. Do you want me to read them?
You don't have to, as long as everyone knows what page you're on, we're good to go.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Brar.
Yes.
Trustee Wahardo.
Yes.
Trustee Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, I think this concludes the business on buildings, campus planning, buildings, and grounds. Chair Clark, back to you.
Thank you, Trustee Ghilarducci.
All right, that was...
Well, we had exigent circumstances. We have to be flexible. Thank you so much. We're about to convene the meeting of the Board of Trustees. I would note that we have 2 of our trustees virtually, Trustee Brar and Lieutenant Governor. It's always a pleasure to have you with us, so thank you for being part of our meeting as the Board of Trustees. At this time, will the meeting of the Board of Trustees of the California State University please come to order? Ms. Corral, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Rambula.
Here.
Trustee Brar.
Here.
Chair Clark.
Present.
Trustee Furstenberg. Here. Chancellor Garcia. Here. Trustee Ghilarducci.
Here.
Trustee Gilbert Lori.
Here.
Trustee Wahardo.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Present.
Trustee Lopez.
Here.
Trustee Molina Mancio.
Here.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Here.
Speaker Rivas. Governor Newsom. Superintendent Thurmond. Trustee Melikar.
Here.
Chair Clark, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Corral. So before we proceed with today's consent agenda, I'd like all of us to enjoy our second video from CSU Channel Islands, highlighting just one of our extraordinary students who have conquered their fears to become an expert in their field. Please roll the video.
My name is Kevin Bach. I'm a Cal State University Channel Islands alumni, and I am a beekeeper. I love life sciences. My parents would take me hiking and backpacking as a kid and take me to national parks. And to be able to explore the living world, to me, just really spoke to me. When I was in my junior year at college, Dungeons and Dragons, I was playing on the weekends and weeknights with friends, and we were drinking mead, and it's made from honey. And I just kind of swirled it. I'm like, how hard would it be to make this? So I saw one of the semesters in the spring at Channel Islands that they offered a beekeeping course. The first time that I was out in the bee yard, I put my suit on, I made sure there were no holes in it. I was very nervous.
You know, I didn't know Kevin was scared of bees. He was just so enthusiastic about wanting to learn. If he was, he did a good job of hiding it. We did some projects with the class, but once the class was over, he was so enthusiastic that I asked him to, hey, stick around, help us care for the bees. And he's become a local expert in the finding of rare and endangered bees. People from the state are coming to Kevin, how do we find these bee nests? He's kind of put himself in the center of bee conservation. He's taken his education, his training that he's had here at CI, and he's coming back now full circle as being kind of a mentor to students.
So I initially took the beekeeping class to fill an elective, and I realized that as a biology major, I didn't have to be pre-med or I didn't have to go into healthcare. There was also just this whole other aspect of a career that I could have considered. On the first day that we actually went out to the apiary, Kevin was one of the volunteers. It was really nice to see someone that was relatively around my age that was doing something that he loved as a career. Yeah, I think that's everything that a student would want, you know, to graduate and be able to make a career out of something you really love to do.
I'm not sure I would have gotten this far without guidance from people like Dr. Alarcone. He was able to see something in me and say, oh, this kid wants it. He wants more than just his education. I really got some of the best mentorship I've ever had in my life. My experience with the professors at Cal State Channel Islands was unlike any of my other college experiences. If I wanted to talk to them one-on-one, they had the time for me. With the environmental concerns that we're facing today, I think it's important now more than it ever has been to inspire and educate the students here at Channel Islands and the public so we'll be prepared to face these challenges.
Thank you. Thank you to the team at CSU Channel Islands and to alumnus Kevin Bach for sharing his very unique success, which all started with a glass of mead. It's noteworthy to add that our world-class faculty, like Dr. Alarcone, are helping our students explore their passions and connecting them with fulfilling careers that they never could have imagined. Very strong work, Channel Islands. Thank you. In these meetings, we have to be somewhat flexible, and when there's good news, I like flexibility. So, before we proceed on, I want to take just a moment to recognize our university police department. More specifically, I want to recognize the relay team from UPD that recently competed in the prestigious and grueling 2025 Baker to Vegas Challenge Cup Relay. The Challenge Club, you'll understand why I'm chuckling in a minute. The Challenge Cup is a highly competitive law enforcement running relay race covering 120 miles, divided into 20 legs, over often difficult terrain and typically through very challenging weather conditions. This year, there were more than 10,000 participants, including support staff. I'm very pleased to report that this year, the CSU team, 40 members strong and representing 11 CSU campuses, captured third place in the division of 2016. they received this just reading this makes my knees hurt. They received this plaque for the extraordinary performance which Cal State Long Beach Police Chief John Brockie graciously has asked me to present to Chancellor Garcia in appreciation for her support of the team and for our university police. Thank you, Chief Brockie. Congratulations to the CSU team. I know a bit about this race and can assure you it's highly. That's a lie. I know nothing about this race. I'm not going to pretend that's true. So anyway, I know I would never be able to even conceive of participating in a race like this, which makes me all the more jealous. Congratulations again. And Chancellor, on behalf of Chief Brockie, I present this to you, and you've shown it, so thank you very much. Please give them another round of applause. All right. With that, by the way, you all keep doing things. You guys are going to leave here at 6 o'clock tonight. It's not my fault. With that, it's now time for the board. I'm sorry. With that, yes, it's now time for the board to consider today's consent agenda. All items requiring full board approval are listed on the consent agenda. Does any trustee wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? There being none, may I have a motion to approve the items listed on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
And I've got a second. Any discussion? I have a motion and a second. I see no discussion. Ms. Corral, would you please take a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Rambula.
Yes.
Trustee Brar. Chair Clark.
Yes.
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 Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Yes.
Trustee Wahardo.
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Aye.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Molina Mancio.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. We're getting near the end of today's business. The board has 4 action items on today's discussion agenda. Our first action item is approval of the Board of Trustees Standing Committee assignments for 2025-2026. This item will be presented by Vice Chair Arambula, Chair of the Committee on Committees. Trustee Arambula, please begin.
Thank you, Chair Clark. The Committee on Committees met on April 29th to review the proposed slate of committee assignments, including committee chairs and vice chairs for 2025-26. The committee assignments were developed with appropriate consideration of trustees' preferences and in adherence with the criteria collectively identified and approved by this board, and is listed in our governing rules. The committee unanimously approved the proposed standing committee assignments and recommends approval by the full board.
Thank you, Vice Chair Arambula. The approval of the Board of Trustees Standing Committee assignments for 2025-2026 is an action item before the board. Before we proceed with any questions or discussion on this, may I have a motion to approve the item?
So moved.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, Ms. Corral, would you please take a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Rambula.
Yes.
Trustee Brar.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Yes.
Trustee Wahardo.
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Aye.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Molina Mancio.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Now, one more discussion, one more action item. The approval of the election of the chair and vice chair of the Board of Trustees for 2025-2026 is an action item before the board. Trustee Arambula, would you please introduce the item?
Thank you again, Chair Clark. Also at our April 29th meeting, the Committee on Committees unanimously approved The proposed resolution nominating Trustee Clark to continue to serve as board chair and myself, Trustee Arambula, to continue to serve as board vice chair. I know I speak for both of us, Jack, when I say that we humbly appreciate the opportunity to serve in these roles and continue to have an unwavering commitment to the CSU. The committee recommends the approval by the full board.
Thank you, Vice Chair Arambula. Before we proceed with any questions or discussion of this item, may I please have a motion to approve the item?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. Would you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Rambula.
Yes.
Trustee Brar.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Pass.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lori.
Yes.
Trustee Wahardo.
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Aye.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Molina Mancia.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. And thank you to our Committee on Committees and to all my colleagues who have graciously agreed to serve on that board standing committees for the next year. I'm also deeply grateful for your continued support, and I humbly accept the opportunity to serve as a chair. It is my true honor. And now we're almost done. We're going to
Could I just say something, if it's not inappropriate? I just want to thank both of you on behalf of myself, and I think everyone in this circle and in this room. You've taken on a lot of responsibility, and it has been an honor to sit at this table with you. I cannot thank you enough, and I thank both of you for accepting this enormous responsibility. We're in your debt.
So you were out of order, but that's okay. We're almost done for the day. We have the opportunity to engage in some conferrals. Chancellor, would you please join me at the podium? So, with the business of the day almost complete, it is now time to join in honoring and celebrating the dedicated service of two extraordinary colleagues who are moving on to new chapters in their lives. I will introduce each conferral, invite the Chancellor to say a few words, call for a motion to approve the action, and then invite our honorees to provide brief remarks. The first conferral item is conferral of commendation to Michael J. Dumont. Retired Navy Reserve Vice Admiral Michael J. Dumont has established a profound legacy of service not only to the CSU, but to our nation. He was appointed to serve as interim president of California State University Maritime Academy in July of 2023, and his full resume speaks like an action hero. He has served as a combat aviator, a military instructor pilot, as a prosecuting attorney and a litigator, as a public service for the U.S. Department of Justice and Department of Defense, and as a strategy consultant to business, industry, and higher education clients. And perhaps most impressive, he served as Deputy Commander of U.S. North Command and Vice Commander of NORAD. Under the direction of the President and the Secretary of Defense, the gentleman with us today was responsible for overseeing the protection of the North American continent. President Dumont, you immediately understood your assignment at Cal State Maritime to strengthen one of our nation's premier maritime academies and to expand access to vital maritime careers for more students from all walks of life and all parts of California Pacific region. You have fulfilled that assignment with skill and heart. Chancellor Garcia, would you please share a few comments?
Thank you, Chair Clark.
After leaving what can only be defined as an extraordinarily legacy of service, as Chair Clark just detailed, retired Navy Reserve Vice Admiral Michael J. Dumont, he could have found a breezy spot under a palm tree on any beach to enjoy his so-called retirement. But if you know this man, then you know the palm tree would have to wait. Duty had called. As Chair Clark noted, after a decorated career, after he had served and protected our country, our continent at the highest level, this esteemed veteran once again answered the call to service, to lead the California State University Maritime Academy. And he did so at a time of great challenge, but even greater opportunity. President Dumont, in just a short time, you have helped to preserve the Maritime Academy's merchant mariner license track programs that are so essential and vital to our nation's economy and security interests. You have helped lay the foundation for the institution's integration with Cal Poly San Luis Obispo to expand the Academy's impact, influence, and reputation. You have secured critical funding to support the new training ship Golden State when it arrives on campus in 2026. But as critically important as all those accomplishments are, this one is closest to my heart. You have worked tirelessly to foster and maintain a more inclusive and welcoming institution. Your work will bring unique and extraordinarily life-changing opportunities to future cadets from California and from all the Pacific-facing states and territories and from all walks of life. Opportunities to young people and families who may have never known these opportunities even exist. What an achievement. What an impact. President Dumont, your tenure at the California State University may have been relatively short, but that impact I've referenced to a moment ago, it will span generations. President Dumont, gracias. Thank you. Thank you for so generously investing your time, your talent, and your heart for the benefit of the CSU, our current and future students and cadets, our state, and our nation. I, and we all, wish you and Scott all the best in your next chapter of life. Chair Clark, I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chancellor. The conferral of commendation on Michael J. Dumont is an action item before the board. May I have a motion? Second. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Congratulations. It is approved. I would like now to invite President Dumont to the podium to accept and say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Clark. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I realize it's getting late, so I'll be brief. Trustees, I'm honored and sincerely grateful for your very kind and thoughtful recognition. Your recognition means more than I can fully express, and I thank you for the confidence in me and my colleagues who ensured our success at Cal Maritime. But I did none of this alone, and I defer this recognition, the board's commendation, to those who did the real work. I express my heartfelt appreciation to my colleagues, from individual trustees to the chancellor, to the CSU senior executives and other members of the staff here who make our work possible. And my fellow presidents, a superb collection of dedicated public servants who have provided rock-solid support to me, to Cal Maritime, and the rest of CSU. Please know that your friendship, encouragement, and collaboration and steadfast belief in our shared mission has been a constant source of strength and inspiration. Thank you. To the small group of exceptional colleagues who serve so admirably behind the scenes, you know who you are, helping us think through the early stages of this integration effort, thank you for your tireless efforts. Your service as our kitchen cabinet made the integration of the two campuses possible. To President Armstrong, my other superb Cal Poly colleagues, and the Cal Poly student body, thank you for your camaraderie, partnership, and setting such a high bar for excellence as we undertook this integration effort. It's been a joy and a privilege to work alongside you, and I'll be cheering you on and the rest of CSU as you provide even greater educational opportunities for the people of California. Thank you for diving headfirst into this integration effort. Most importantly, I recognize the remarkable faculty, staff, and students of Cal Maritime for their invaluable contributions to mission success. Their dedication, resilience, and innovative spirit played the most critical role in bringing the integration effort to fruition. As a team, they amaze me, and as I'm always proud of saying, they punch well above their weight class. So my sincere appreciation and thanks to them. I also thank my better half, Scott, for supporting me while I've taken on some very tough jobs far from home and under much more difficult circumstances. He immersed himself in being a fully committed member of the CSU team and assisting the chancellor, and a vocal advocate for all our students. So thank you, Scott. So this recognition is not about one individual. It's about a community that believes in the power of collaboration and the promise of higher education. As I take my leave from CSU, please know I'm grateful to have been a very, very small part of your community. Thank you. We need Wanda here. Tell us how to turn. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me touch.
And now, our next final item for today is the conferral of title Executive Vice Chancellor on Steve Reier. EVC Reier, I have to say, you've been such an integral part of proceedings of this board. I can hardly imagine a meeting without you. Coming to us after a successful career with the University of California, EVC Reier was appointed in 2014 to lead the largest division here at the Chancellor's Office, the Division of Business and Finance. His numerous areas of oversight have included financial reporting, treasury, debt, investments, risk management, public safety, and university auxiliary enterprises, as well as capital planning, design and construction, and information technology. For nearly 11 years, without exception, EVC Reier has exercised responsible stewardship of the public funds entrusted to our institution. He has diligently advocated for the state support we require to accomplish our mission. He has insisted on transparency and sustainability, and he has continually reminded all of us that every cent of the CSU's now $8.1 billion budget must be used wisely and for the maximum benefit of our students and our state. Chancellor Garcia, would you please share a few remarks?
Thank you, Chair Clark. You would expect a leader who holds such tremendous responsibility to be supremely attentive, gifted in perceiving both the smallest details and understanding how they connect to the big picture, and also reassuringly calm during times of great challenge and focused on efficiency and innovation. Steve Reier checks all of those boxes and so many more. Under his leadership, the Division of Business and Finance has coordinated effective responses to numerous emergencies, not least of which was an unforeseen global pandemic that upended higher education as we knew it and demanded creativity and innovation across every aspect of university and system operations. He has helped to spearhead the CSU's multi-university collaboration initiative, the first of its kind artificial intelligence initiative that stands as a global model, and the integration of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and Cal Maritime, all to ensure the effective use of the CSU's limited resources for maximum benefit and impact for our current students and future students and for our state. He has always championed the latest technology. Yes, he's a technology nerd, leading the development of an IT strategic plan, improving data integration and visualization across the system, streamlining the distribution of financial aid, and establishing easy-to-read dashboards to support the CSU's strategic enrollment and student success efforts. But while Executive Vice Chancellor Reier is known for his strong and visionary leadership, those of us who had the good fortune of working closely with him will miss most his kindness, his compassion, and his unwavering positivity in guiding our institutions and all of our students ever forward. Steve, since your appointment when I was president of Cal State Fullerton, I have admired your professionalism. I trusted your wise counsel, and I have valued your friendship. Before I close, I ask us all to consider this. Executive Vice Chancellor Reilly's combined service and senior leadership at the CSU and the University of California spans nearly half a century. You must have started when you were 10. Half a century, underscore that. The list of leaders who have had a comparable impact on California public higher education is a very short one. The CSU, indeed the state of California, owes him a debt of gratitude. Steve, on behalf of the CSU family, I thank you for this remarkable legacy of service. Chair Clark, I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chancellor. The conferral of title of Executive Vice Chancellor Emeritus on Steve Reier is an action item before the board. May I have a motion? Motion and second. Is there any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
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 And that makes it official. Steve Reier, congratulations.
Okay, I think I'm just what stands between all of you and getting out of here at a reasonable time. First, I just want to express my gratitude to Chancellor Garcia and the Board of Trustees for giving me this opportunity. This clearly has been the most rewarding work that I've ever done. And I've had some really cool jobs, and so it's I benchmark it against a lot of really good stuff. Just some examples: I've worked in Saudi Arabia to help develop Saudi's first Western-style university. I was a scuba diving instructor for a diving school. I've worked in Hong Kong, Kowloon, Mumbai, Bangkok, Taipei, and Dubai with jewelry entrepreneurs. I was associate dean for the UC Irvine School of Medicine. Vice Chancellor at UC San Diego. I was on a special effects crew for a car racing movie in Le Mans, France. And still, this is the best job I've ever had, by far. By far, it's not even close. As President Dumont said, whatever accomplishments people talk about that I have had really truly are because I had what I thought was the dream team. And so, and you know a lot of them, a lot of them were here over the last couple of days. Robert Eaton, Ryan Storm, Jenny Kitchell, Brad Wells, Paul Gano, Dave Beaver, and Ed Clark. They are just fantastic people. And everything that I've done has been because of them. They're problem solvers, they're creators, they're trying to figure out how to get the campuses to the dreams that they have. Three other people I'll mention just because they're just as important, but they're in the background, are my team, Robin Pennington, Lorena Martinez, and Janice Wheeler. I could not have done anything without those folks. I do, one thing that I was asked quite a bit when I got into the job for a while was, what has been your biggest surprise? I think the biggest surprise was how much I enjoyed working with these 23 presidents. They are fantastic people. They're courageous leaders. They're outstanding individuals. They're great human beings. And it really just made this transition to working in a system office so much easier, working with such compassionate, incredibly dedicated, smart, competent people. So just really love it. And I also have loved working with their vice presidents for business and finance and administration, who have similar roles on those campuses and have been great colleagues. I do want to quickly mention that working with the vice chancellors has also been incredibly special. We're very, very close. I consider them teammates, personal coaches, and my therapists. And they save me a lot of money by not having to pay for therapists. I'm going to date myself. Some of you may have remembered an old TV show called Batman. And on Commissioner Gordon's desk was a red phone. It was the bat phone. And I always felt that with the vice chancellors, I always had the bat phone, that either one we'd drop anything if anyone needed us and come to the rescue. So they're just terrific. One last thing, and I'll say is just to relate a story about a student I know who got a scholarship to a nice private university, didn't really work with that private university too well. He ended up transferring to a CSU campus. That campus, the faculty were just amazing. They took him under their wing. They gave him a confidence he never had before. They got him excited about biology. And he did not only excel at that CSU campus in biology, but they convinced him that he was material to be a researcher. And he is now finishing up his PhD in integrative pathobiology at UC Davis. Just gave a research paper to an international research conference. He's my son. So the moral of this story is that systemness is our superpower, but the heroes of the story are our faculty. The faculty make it happen. I thank, again, the chancellor, the board of trustees, and the faculty of the CSU for making this such a great career. Thank you.
Congratulations to your son.
Thank you. So we're almost done. As we close this meeting, I want to express my gratitude to my board colleagues for your hard work and dedication over the last 3 days. I also want to commend you for all your continued engagement this spring as we work alongside the Chancellor, our university presidents, students, faculty, staff, and community members to advocate for the resources that are critical for our mission. And once again, on behalf of the entire board, I offer my heartfelt congratulations to the more than 125,000 members of the CSU class of 2025, and my deep appreciation to the faculty, staff, and campus leaders who continue to guide our students to their greatest accomplishments. The board will reconvene for the next Board of Trustees meeting on July 20, 21, and 22. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I have to. The 20th, the 21st, the 22nd, and the 23rd. Sorry. Notice of this meeting will go out in the ordinary due course 10 days in advance. This now concludes the business of the May 2025 meeting of the Board of Trustees. We stand adjourned.
Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the